Sponsor Cloaked asked me to put my phone number into their website, and I was not expecting for it to come up, but it did. Data brokers make billions of dollars every year selling your info to spammers and scammers, and they are betting that you're not going to do anything about that, and usually they're right. But not if you use Cloaked. Most services out there remove your data after it's already out there, but the problem is you keep creating new vulnerabilities every time you sign up for something. Cloaked uncovers where your data is being sold and removes it. Their app also lets you generate unlimited burner emails and phone numbers. This is something that comes in handy for my business, as you'd imagine. Cloak also monitors the dark web. It detects if your personal information has been exposed. It has a built-in VPN that I use when I'm on the road, and password manager AI-powered spam call filtering. Go to my link, cloaked.com/Joshua Carr, and enter your phone number for a free security scan. The scan only takes a few seconds, and you'll be able to see if your social security number is for sale. Guys, Cloaked, not just my sponsor, it is something I actively use every single day. As you know, there are people trying to buy my information online. They're trying to dox me, people who don't like my show. Cloaked helps me stay just a little bit safer. The longer you wait, the more of your information gets bought and sold. If you're ready to take it back, use cloaked.com/Joshua Carr. And again, you're going to get 30% off your plan with that link. I put a link in the description below as well. Welcome, everyone, to Josh Carr Live. Today is the Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens debate. It is currently 7:50 here in Utah, so I apologize if it looks like I'm still waking up a little bit, but we're going to be here a while with each other. We have breaking news. They've delayed the debate 1 hour. It's now going to be at 11 a.m. Eastern instead of 10 a.m. Eastern. And I thought, you know what? Should I move the stream back? And I realized, no. Let's spend some time together. Let's talk about some breaking news before we get to the actual debate itself. For those of you wondering what this channel is going to be doing during the debate, I'm going to be live streaming the debate so that you can see it yourself. If something shocking or crazy happens, I may react, but for the most part, this is going to be a place where you can watch the debate uninterrupted. And then afterwards, what we're going to do is we're going to go into a separate stream. I want to create a separate stream so people can watch it back, where we are going to recap the top moments of what happened, my thoughts, and I want to hear your thoughts as well. So again, that will be a different stream, either directly after, depending on what time it ends, or perhaps even like an hour later if I need some time to prepare. I also have another show that I have to go on after this. So we'll see what happens with that. We also have an opportunity, you guys, because we've got about an hour together before the debate begins. And I'm going to give you some updates on that debate, by the way. If you guys want to call into the show today, you can. Go to Carr Media Company at gmail.com. I will put it in the comments. And you can call into the show. I'll give you the stream link. You can come right in, ask me a question, give a comment, talk to the people, whatever you guys want. Debate, even if some of you want to debate, because I know we do have some Candace Owens fans in the chat, which is fun. You're welcome to do all of that. Beverly, thank you so much for the jewels. I looked this up. Jewels are basically cents, apparently. So it's basically just a super chat. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. And Jewel Sweet, ironically, gave 200 jewels as well, as the name would suggest. So thank you so much. If you guys want to leave a super chat, it does help me. It supports me. And I'll, of course, read all of them off. But I'm going to try to read as many comments as I can from you guys just anyway, because that's what this is all about. I want to interact with you guys this morning. Again, if you're just joining now, the debate is going to be starting in 1 hour and 6 minutes. It was going to be starting in 6 minutes, but of course, Candace Owens is not punctual. And I'm willing to bet it is her that was not punctual and not Andrew Wilson. But whatever, if this is what they need for it to be perfect in terms of technology and all of that, that's fine, I guess. Who cares, really? I mean, honestly, overall, I think it's kind of a weird time to do the debate just because not a lot of people are going to be able to watch it live because, you know, some people will be at work, but that's how it goes. April gave me 1,000 jewels. Thank you, April. Cheers. Grateful for all of you here. I know there are some Candace Owens fans in the chat. I appreciate you guys being here so that your hearts and minds can be changed. With that, I want to start with this clip because we have some breaking news. Again, you guys can go to carmediacompany@gmail.com if you want to just send me a quick email, says hello, and I'll send you the link to the stream if you want to join. You can call into the show. But I want to start off with some breaking news that we have from Joe Rogan in response to this debate. Now, you'll remember that Andrew Wilson was on Joe Rogan and that Joe Rogan was pretty complimentary of what Andrew Wilson was saying. He was kind of talking about, Candace Owens as a conspiracy nut. He's actually done this in the past. But then he had his buddies on. If you guys missed this clip, I'm going to play it for you. This is him basically talking about now that he suddenly believes what Candace Owens is saying. I don't know. Let's watch.
For the furries.
Yeah, but then they shoot the president.
Nah,
Furries.
I don't know if they
Wasn't
did.
that guy a furry?
No, he loved a furry.
Oh, he loved a furry. Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm not even sure if that's true.
All right.
The more time goes on, the more I'm leaning towards Candace Owens.
What?
Wait, whoa.
She's got some very interesting theories about it. Look at
Hey.
Yeah, DeRosa was there. We were getting hammered. Those belts. Look, they got the
Yeah, you
JMO
can see the
bottle.
liquor.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
That's great.
I don't think any story that you hear in the news is accurate.
I think
there's
could
always
be none or
none.
spin on it at least.
There's always some spin.
But the public
and so
believes
whatever
it.
the spin
Yeah.
is, whatever the spin is about Tyler Robinson, there's some bullshit to it. I don't know how much of it
Apologies
is
for swearing,
bullshit,
guys.
but there's
None
some
of this
bullshit.
can
And one of
be
the more recent
censored.
bullshits is they found a photo that they were saying was Tyler Robinson, but then people noticed that because he's real thin, people noticed that the cars in the background, the proportions were distorted. And then they realized that what they had done was taken a guy who's like much wider than Tyler Robinson and shrunken the perspective.
Really?
Yep. And then when you see him for what he really looks like, you're like, oh, there's no way that's that guy. That guy's big.
And then you're like,
Yeah.
well, it's mostly true. Like, no,
It
he's
doesn't add up.
shifting
No,
it.
they changed. Like, you look at the hood of the cars behind them, they're all like that now.
Yeah, so this is why we shouldn't trust podcasters. And if, by the way, if any of you listen to that and you think, well, Josh, you're a podcaster, fair enough. I've never said you should trust me for, an investigative or, evidentiary reason. But just by the way, I see a lot of you are joining right now. Just so you guys know, the debate was delayed by an hour. So we're going to be hanging out here. If you want to call into the show, go to carmediacompany@gmail.com. Send me an email. I'll give you a link to the stream. You can join into the show. We're going to be going into some breaking news. I'm going to be interacting with you guys in the comments and all of that. But we debunked what Joe Rogan was talking about earlier on this week. And I'll give Joe Rogan the grace of saying he doesn't look into these things he doesn't have the time to look into these things as specifically as I do. Of course, if you don't look into these things as specifically as I do, you probably shouldn't get on a camera and a mic with 100 to 1 million, 100,000 people to 1 million people listening and say things you don't understand. And so my plead, Joe Rogan's talking about the mainstream media is never 100% correct. We should really scrutinize what they're saying. 100% agree. But same exact thing can be true for Candace Owens. There's a super weird thing. And anyone, by the way, myself, Andrew Wilson, I saw some of you in the chat saying you don't know who Andrew Wilson is. We can get into who he is in a second. But it's like, why did we suddenly start testing the experts and scrutinizing the experts, but then we wouldn't even scrutinize the scrutinizers? It's the weirdest thing to me. We do it with COVID. We've done it with any number of conspiracy theories. It's the weirdest thing. And Joe Rogan needs to understand that if the mainstream media is capable of lying to you, so is Candace Owens. I don't understand it. They're literally looking into the camera saying, yeah, the mainstream media just can't be trusted. I mean, they've got all these financial incentives, these political incentives. Oh, but Candace Owens, I believe everything she says. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's way on it. It's like, you sound like a sheep. You sound like a sheep. We've got a couple super chats. Anna, thank you. High five. Nice. Love that. Oh, the moderate case joins us. The man himself. Keep up the good work. Well, I think that applies to you, sir. Thank you. Moderate case is awesome. I'm sure you guys already know who he is. I mean, way more well-known than I am. But great guy. We met at Jeremy Boring's podcast earlier this year. Go check out his stuff if you haven't. I don't know how you wouldn't have seen it, but if somehow you didn't see it, great guy. Go check him out. Again, if you guys are just joining now, we're an hour out from the debate. Originally, it was going to be at this time. I wasn't planning on doing breaking news or interacting with you guys ahead of the debate, but I didn't want to push back the stream. I figured we could hang out for an hour beforehand. And during the debate itself, I'll be live streaming it. I probably won't be giving a ton of reaction during it. If there's some sort of break or lull, then I'll hop in. But I want it to be a place where you guys can just kind of enjoy it, and you don't have to be screamed at by Candace Owens fans, or you don't want someone unnecessarily jumping in and interrupting the stream, unless something just crazy happens, maybe. Looking into the comments now. Thank you, Sophie. Thumbs up. Thank you. If I do this, I need to turn off my settings, but yeah, that happens on screen. I don't know why. And last time I was doing a stream, I did something like this. I don't know what it was, but there were balloons that came out in the middle of my debate. I don't know why that happened. Charlotte says it appears audio is better. Yeah, the audio, if you guys were joining us for the preliminary hearing, the reason the audio was bad is because of the court, not because of me. I'll always try to give you the best audio possible. Oh, Morgan again. Unk alert. Thank you, Morgan. I guess I'm Unk, apparently. I'll take it. I'm a father of two now, so I think that tracks. Desert Bloom says, just offering my thanks. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I mean, every bit helps. I try to reinvest everything back into the Josh Carr Show, into these streams, into my investigations. And it really, we've got some exciting things coming up that I can't talk about yet, but they'll be coming. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you for the mystery gift. Yeah, so Betty says, I just can't believe it's actually going to happen. Yeah, so My sources, I don't want to be like Candace Owens, but my sources tell me it is happening. I know some people are saying, oh, maybe it won't happen. So let me talk about the debate for just 1 second before we get into more breaking news. The debate is going to happen. PBD is not my first choice of the model. Let's go through each point of this. So is it going to happen? Yes, it's going to happen. Why is it being delayed? Because this is how media is. People are not punctual. It's one of my least favorite things about media. It's one of the reasons, frankly, why I started my own company, because I absolutely hated working for kind of mainstream sources. They are not punctual. They're flaky. That's just not how I ride. And so the only way that I can control that is if I own the company, right? So they're flaky and they're delayed because of all of the logistical matters. And frankly, Candace Owens' like setup is quite basic, rudimentary, I guess. Like I've got a pretty basic setup here. I'm pretty sure I'm probably like 50% at least of what Candace Owens' setup is. And that's not a dig on her. I'm just saying, that's just how it is. Like she's not a super large corporation or anything like that. It's one of the reasons, frankly, I say she's so rich is because I think her overhead is astoundingly low, which from a business perspective, I actually hugely respect. I think she's been very savvy business-wise, probably because of George Farmer. Obviously, I don't support the way she's gone about that, but in terms of the operations, she's doing it right. And because of that, when you do really large things like this, it tends to have some delays. So that's that side of it, but it is happening. It's supposed to be kind of long. I mean, they're talking like as long as it takes. Could be 2, 3, 4 hours long. I'm going to watch the whole thing. And again, for those of you just joining, if you want to come to the recap, we're going to do a recap directly after, and that will be a separate stream completely. So if you're like, I just don't have time to watch the whole thing, or maybe I'm going to step in, step out, I don't want to miss anything, no worries. I'm going to do a recap, and that recap will be no longer than an hour. Probably not even an hour, just because I like to keep things concise. That's that side of it. I think we all know who Candace Owens is. So then the other side of it would be the moderator, Patrick Bet-David. Patrick Bet-David, I know that's a little bit controversial. Some people haven't liked what he said. I think he's a good dude. I think he's very good at defending capitalism. Like if you guys watched his interview with Ben Shapiro this week, I thought it was fantastic. And it really shows what side he's on in this civil war on the right. He's just not on Tucker Carlson's side. He's on the side of Ben Shapiro. But is he the best moderator? I don't know if he's the best moderator. I've never really seen him in that role. I don't know if he's going to be headstrong enough to, in the face of these very strong personalities, which is Candace and Andrew Wilson, is he going to be headstrong enough to really rein it in? I'm not sure, because I saw some people earlier saying that what Candace is going to do is just Gish Gallop, which if you don't know, Gish Gallop is kind of a debate term, which means you just throw like as many arguments as possible at your opponent. They cannot physically, it's just impossible to address all of them at once. And so it makes it look like you won. And this is something that you've probably seen happen in a lot of the debates that I've done with Candace Owens fans. I'm hoping the job of a moderator is to make sure that doesn't happen. So if she gets away with Gish Gallop, that's on PBD at the end of the day. So I hope it doesn't happen. Maybe it will. And I think PBD, kind of like a presidential debate, is going to be judged as well. Like usually you give a grade to both sides of the debate and then you give a grade to the moderator. That's usually what happens. Generally, the moderators don't grade very high because it's difficult to be a good moderator. It's like not as easy as people think it is. But, and this is for example, why Andrew Wilson, Stu Peters had, I think Sneeko do the moderation, and he sucked because Sneeko is like a total idiot. No offense. I don't know. He's just like not a smart guy. He's like a random streamer. So he's not equipped to be a moderator. It's an actual skill. And that's why the Andrew Wilson, Stu Peters debate went so poorly. So I just hope PBD is like very disciplined. And then on the other side, you've got Andrew Wilson. For those of you who don't know, Andrew Wilson got famous because he went on something called the Whatever Podcast. And this Whatever Podcast is essentially a dude who has on like 6 OnlyFans models, basically, just kind of like, I don't mean this offensively, but just kind of dumb women who like basically the worst of the women sex. And believe me, there are horrible men too, but they just happen to have the horrible women on there. And then Andrew Wilson would come on and tell all of them why they were stupid. That's basically what happened. And he touts himself as an amazing debater. I think he's okay. I don't think he's like amazing or bad, but he'll do okay against Candace Owens. I think he can be really harsh sometimes in a way that actually doesn't come off very well. I think Candace requires some harshness, but you got to be strategic in that. And then part of the other problem with Andrew Wilson is that he did not start any of this until like 2 months ago. This has been my biggest. And I'm curious what you guys think in the comments. Put in the comments what you think about this. Like Andrew Wilson has been silent on this for months. And then he slowly started talking about it. And then basically since the preliminary hearing, which was actually a month ago, wasn't even that long ago, is when he actively started making this like his full-time thing. And believe me, I've got no problem with you making this your full-time thing. That's what I've done. But I started in September. Like we can go back. I'm actually probably going to make a video showing the evolution of how my opinions changed on this and how the story has gone since September, because most people didn't hop on this until, frankly, Candace Owens came out with her Bride of Charlie series. That really invigorated people. They're like, whoa, this is taking a step too far. And I get that, by the way. For the average person who's not following politics, I don't mind. It's fine if you came in a little bit late. But for someone who's like the first person that Candace Owens is debating to be a guy who joined this 2 months ago, I don't know. It's not my favorite, to be honest. I think it's a little bit of stolen valor, and it's not like I want credit. I don't think anyone else necessarily wants credit in this same space. It's just that everyone's acting like Andrew Wilson was just like on top of this from day one, and that's just not true. I'm really curious to hear your thoughts, though. Please put them in the comments below. If you guys want to call into the show, because we've got about 50 minutes here before the debate, please go to carrmediacompany@gmail.com, and you can call into the show. Just say hi, and I'll send you the link. We've got some super chats here. Again, if you guys want to leave some super chats, it does help support me. I do appreciate it always. Clamor says, jammin', thank you. I'm getting some like weird, I don't know how the gifts work. You can see like the little present, and it's with jewels, which I think a jewel is worth like a cent or something like that. So it's basically a super thanks, but I always get really weird messages with them, and I don't know why. Maybe someone could explain to me. I feel like it makes me like look super old. I'm literally 25. I just don't understand how this works. Yeah, like this one says loot box. I thank you, Aaron, but I don't know why it says these things. It's weird. I guess the difference between this and a super chat is that like you can't write your own message. But why does it say that? I don't know. April, it's telling me to you became a new member. Oh, thank you. Thank you, April, for becoming a member. You guys can become a member if you want. I try to release exclusive videos for you guys, as well as giving them to you early. And we've got some exciting things coming with that in the future as well. This person said, this is a no-show. You all what? I don't know what the end of that sentence says, but it's not a no-show. The debate will happen. Rest assured, guys. It's just an hour late. It'll be starting in 50 minutes. And if you guys are just joining, when the debate starts, I'm just going to play it. I probably won't react much to it because I just want there to be a quiet place, if you will, for people to watch. Texas Outlook says, I think PBD will favor her. I think PBD, okay, let me get more specific. The reason why I don't think PBD is a good moderator is not just because of his skill, but because I do think he's afraid of isolating her audience, because it's a large audience. It's a large audience, but more than being a large audience, it's a very online audience. And so they invest a lot of time and money into the podcast that they support. And just from a business perspective, that's tough. It's funny. A lot of people accuse me of trying to be a grifter. It's like, guys, if I wanted to be a grifter, I would just do something adjacent to Candace Owens, because those people, they give her so much money. They are there for every podcast. Those are the fans that you want, basically. But that's not what it's about. It's about telling the truth. Will PBD favor her? I'm not sure. I mean, we'll see. We'll definitely judge him as well. This will not just be Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens. As I said, I do think this is a thing where PBD is involved. Yeah, it seems like a lot of you don't like PBD. I mean, you saw I've criticized him before. He spread some lies about TPUSA and Erica Kirk in the past on a show. He did issue an apology, which is good, and it's more than most can say. But I don't like it when people in general just go wantonly off on their show talking about something that they don't even know, like they haven't even verified it. Like that clip of Joe Rogan that I just showed a little earlier. It's very frustrating. They should know better. PBD has a massive audience. He needs to know better. And then he waited about a week to issue a retraction or an apology. I've said things on the show that I wish I hadn't said, and I've said things that were even just completely false that I should have done more studying on. But I come out the next day and I say I was false, I'm sorry, and those are rare too. I mean, it doesn't happen that often. Lex Talk Truth. I can't even speak. Lex Talk Truth. That's like a tongue twister. Says PBD will be fair. I think so too. I just think that he's not going to be as skillful in making sure that the argument and the debate is productive. That's my only concern. Lex Talk Truth says, came here to congratulate you on being a father of 2. And of course, congratulations to your wife as well. PS, PBD will be fair. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're very excited. My wife is about 17 weeks tomorrow. So she's feeling a lot better. And I'm really excited. It's another girl. I've got one girl already, a 1-year-old, and we'll have another one here pretty soon in the winter. So we're very excited. I'll keep you guys updated on that. The pregnancy is going great so far. And I think that, I'll probably take a few weeks off the show, if that's okay with you guys, since you're my boss per se, I guess you could say. But last time when I had my daughter last year, we did not take time off. And frankly, it was like the hardest thing that I've ever done in my life. Part of it was I had an undiagnosed disease at the time called type 1 diabetes, which can kill you. So that was part of why it was so difficult. But being a new father is tough. As you guys know, being a new parent is really hard. It was much harder than I thought it would be. Those first 3 months are just brutal. And so having 2, I hear, is just as hard, if not much harder, in terms of the life change from 0 to 1 and 1 to 2. So I'm going to take some time off and just really support my wife. But also I do worry about my first daughter. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are in the comments. I worry a little bit about my first daughter and how she'll respond. She's very needy. She loves us. We both work from home. And so she's with us a lot. And that's a great thing. But obviously, I think it will be difficult for her to see us giving love to someone else. And so that's a fun thing that I'll be navigating. And I think taking a few weeks off will be good. But you guys are, I really value your opinion. Put in the comments, the parents out there, what you think about that, how it was having your second versus your first. I'll read some comments. I'm curious. I know I'm way behind in the comments, but I just want to address them as they come. Yeah, Chris Goodwin. Last debate, Lance Twiggs' DNA was not on the rifle at all. Yes, thank you. That has gotten very squishy. Lance Twiggs' DNA was on the towel and on the screwdriver, I believe, but not on the rifle. Thank you. Thank you for that correction. And it's one that I wanted to make today. So I do appreciate that. The DNA specifically, I think, more than anything in the preliminary hearing was the most confusing, partly because there was actually a time that the witness misspoke and then had to be corrected. And so for those of us who've been listening for like hours and hours, I just think you hear some things, you write it down, and then there's a correction made and you don't make that correction as well, and you have it written in your notes. That's what was happening there. Again, for those of you just joining, the debate's going to be in 45 minutes. It got delayed. If you guys want to call into the show, you can go to carmediacompany@gmail.com. And I will be very happy to have you call into the show. Looking through these comments, looks like we've addressed some of these. Dan Green says, not a big fan of Wilson, but he's good at debating. Better have your facts straight with him. Yeah, I mean, I think, is he good at debating is not a fact. I think that's just a matter of opinion. I think that he may be good at destroying his opponent. Do I think that he's good at convincing the audience? Now, that's a different thing, because he's not going to convince Candace Owens, obviously. I care most about, because a lot of people have said this debate is worthless. It's not worth your time. It's not going to be productive. And I disagree with that. I'm one of the few people, I would say, on our side who have been talking about this, who believes that it will be productive if Andrew Wilson goes in with the mentality of convincing the audience rather than trying to destroy Candace Owens. If he does that, I think it can be, because, just a few people changing their minds. We talked about it last week, or we talked about it earlier this week, but this is a existential threat to America. When you believe conspiracy theories, when you're not aligned with reality, when you believe that the U.S. government and a widow colluded to murder her own husband, like these things have real consequences. And so if only 5 people are convinced by this debate, worth it, in my opinion. Josh, you're spewing lies, man. Don't start turning into Candace Owens on us. The women on the whatever podcast are mostly college educated with a few OnlyFans models. You're being disingenuous. Okay, I'm not an expert on the whatever podcast. I'm just telling you the ones I've seen. I'm not trying to lie about it. I've seen the most famous clips are of OnlyFans models. I think we can all agree with that. I don't watch the whatever podcast every day, but I just know that Andrew Wilson's top moments that made him famous, as I said, are with him destroying OnlyFans models. Yeah, I agree with this, Rachel. And Rachel's a great moderator, by the way. Thank you, Rachel, for being here. She said, Andrew Wilson is excellent at the Socratic debate method, but he does not have the grace that Charlie did. Yeah, you got to have both. I think you do. You know, a lot of people have criticized me of being too nice to my opponents. I would say that Andrew Wilson is like similar, but on the opposite end of the spectrum. I would say I'm like a decent debater with probably a little heavy on the grace. And he's like a very good debater, but with a little heavy on like the destroy your opponent and less heavy on the grace. So I guess it's a matter of opinion on that. Okay. This person says, no, Josh, he's been on her since the very beginning. Okay. I haven't seen that, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen that. You know, he certainly upped it, but if he came out at the beginning and said that, then fair enough. I mean, I've looked into it a little bit. I'm not an expert on Andrew Wilson in terms of like everything he said for the last 10 months, but he certainly hasn't been exposing her in substantive ways like people like Gary Melton have. And I would say myself as well. It's not me saying that he can't debate Candace Owens. It's not me saying that he hasn't done a good job in a lot of ways. It's just me saying there are other people who have like dug serious investigative time into this. And I would have preferred to see them debate Candace Owens. Flow state. Sophie, why are you doing this? I feel like Sophie is trolling me kind of. She's being kind by sending me this gift, but she's sending me weird things again. And I don't understand what the captions are. It's funny. Someone needs to explain to me in the chat why it says flow state on the gift. Mary Jean Blair, thank you for the super chat. I was trying to figure out how to say your name for a second. Yeah, I agree. David says his debate style is like Destiny. I saw him debate with Destiny. And it was like watching two sides of the same coin going at each other. Yeah. Josh, will you pin the start time in the chat, please? I can't do it from here, but I can do it from a phone. Give me 1 second. Start time for the debate has changed to 11 a.m. Eastern. All right, it's pinned so that people know now. Again, guys, this was not my doing, but I wanted to get on the stream and just interact with you guys, even if we got delayed on the actual debate time. Sophie, high five. High five, Sophie. I don't know what's happening, but thank you for the gift. Okay, that's what I thought, April. Yeah. That's what I thought. She said, I was a member already, ran out. That's what I thought. That's why I was confused, because usually it will notify me when members join, and I can thank you for that. But, I thought you had already been there. JJ says, Josh, I appreciate the work you've done. Good, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Sophie says, clutch. Thank you. Sophie says, GG. I literally don't know what's happening. Thank you. Yeah, Mary Jean Blair says, I don't think PBD is assertive enough for two very strong personalities, but who knows? Who knows? We'll see. I will give a definitive grade on PBD, like an F to an A. I'm not afraid to, I consider PBD an ally. He's not a guy that I just want to say, like, not welcome in the movement, but I'm going to be honest about how he does. And I will say, I think this will be a defining moment for his career. I mean, after seeing his debate, or not his debate, but his interview with Ben Shapiro, I thought to myself, okay, I mean, this guy gets it. Like, he's agreeing with what Ben Shapiro is saying about personal accountability and capitalism and the evils that Tucker Carlson is sharing. But I'd love for him to just come out a little bit more boldly on that. And so I think today he has an opportunity to really show people where he stands. I'm not saying that he needs to be biased against Candace Owens in a moderator sense, but in how much he takes this seriously is how we'll see how he is. Sorry, I'm way behind in the comments here. Charmy Pulse, thank you for the super chat. Says, thank you for always being on the side of truth. Well, I don't want to claim to always be on the side of truth because I do make mistakes. And I'm not one that's going to sit here like Candace Owens and say, I am the truth. You know, I am the science or I am the people. But I try to tell the truth always. And when I make a mistake, I do try to correct it. Long live liberty. Wow. Long live liberty. Excuse me. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Appreciate you. Curtis, thank you for the super chat. Curtis says, Joshua, I've been lurking on your channel for a long time. I'm glad you're going to stream it live. The only others I know who are Steven Crowder and Artie Trolls, both of which will talk and laugh during it and make it impossible to hear. That's what we did during the preliminary hearing, right? It's like I just wanted to give a quiet place free of crazy Candace Owens fans for you guys to listen. I don't need to be the center of attention. The debate's not about me. I make content for a living. And so obviously I'll give my recap after the fact. And if there's a break, I'll do it. And if something just crazy happens, maybe I'll pause it for a second. But no, this is a place for you guys to watch it. And frankly, you know, I wasn't going to say this out loud, but it's a place to watch the debate where you're not giving ad revenue to Candace Owens. And a lot of you have said that, and that's why I'm saying it out loud. But I don't want to give too much away because we don't have anything set in stone yet. But we have some philanthropic things that we're going to be doing later this year. And I'm very excited about it. So it's not to tell you like, I'm the good guy, give me all your money. It's nothing like that. It's just some of this money is going to be going to a good cause. And we're going to be raising some money for some really good people towards the end of the year. So thank you. Nice, Kelsey. I'm 16 weeks with a girl too. Congrats. I'm not a woman, but I hear that's when things tend to get a little easier for a time. So I'm happy you made it to 16 weeks. For my wife, it seems like 14, 15 weeks. There's like that switch of nausea that turns off and she does a lot better. So, you know, we are having a hard time. The second pregnancy is harder. And I think most people say that. So I don't think we're an anomaly on that. But I hope you're doing okay no matter which pregnancy it is for you, because sometimes it gets tougher with each one. Yeah, I agree. Touch of Light says the moderator should be very hands-off. This should be about the debate mostly. Well, I agree. I think the debater needs to be careful not to make it about them. PBD is a very out there dude. I mean, you kind of have to be in this industry and to be successful like he is. So I do worry that he'll make it about himself a little bit too much, but I'm willing to be proved wrong. He does need to step in, though, at the same time. He does need to be assertive when the Gish Gallop occurs. Like, that's his number one thing, I think. If the Gish Gallop or the filibuster is happening, that as a moderator, you got to shut that down. Otherwise, the only other choice is for the other person to step in, and then you just get into wild yelling. Guys, if you want to call into the show, you can go to carmediacompany@gmail.com, and I'll give you a link. All you got to do is just email me. I'll give you a link, and you can come call in. It's a lot of fun. You don't have to, but you can. Rachel says, oh, wait, sorry, we'll go with this one first. B Movie Paul says, my son just turned 7 months. It's the best thing that ever happened. Okay, nice. Sorry, I think I skipped through some of these. We're talking about kids now because I was talking about my kid, and I do want to. I love just interacting with you guys about parenthood and kids because it's the best. We'll start with Kelsey. Kelsey says, my daughter gets jealous when I hug her dolls. She's gonna be so mad when I have my daughter. Yeah, my daughter does the same when I do stuff with our dog. You know, like I'll give our dog some kisses and she gets somewhat jealous, or I don't know, all kinds of stuff. She's more jealous of my wife doing stuff, though. I mean, if my wife gives me too much attention, then she gets jealous. Movie Paul says, my son just turned 7 months. It's the best thing that ever happened, but now he's crawling and everything has become dangerous. Yeah, that's tough. Fortunately, you know, my daughter's not a son, so I hear the boys are a little more crazy. She's not the craziest, but she's starting to walk, so that's kind of scary. Rachel said, Josh, my kids are 2 years, 15 days apart. Get your daughter a baby doll, name it the name of your daughter, and have her practice being a big sister. The doll goes away when baby comes home. Yeah, so yes, very good. This is something we're doing. We did just get a doll for her, and she understands what a baby is. She says baby a lot, but we're not sure what we're going to name our second daughter yet. And my wife, we named our first daughter like 3 months into pregnancy. And it felt kind of weird. There's something weird about calling her by her name in my wife's womb, not because like she's not a person, of course she's a person, but because it was like, what if she comes out and we want to change our mind? Like, it's too late. She's been ingrained. And it turned out good. We love that name, but my wife kind of wants to wait on this one a little bit more. And so we can't give our daughter the name of her sister yet because we don't even know it. And I don't think we're going to know it until she's born. Great idea, Beth. Yeah, thank you. Let your oldest daughter help as much as she can. That's the plan. I'm a huge proponent of just letting kids grow up and giving them responsibility and helping. I think the problem with my generation with kids a lot of the times is parents want their kids, like they want it done right. And so they're like, oh, well, if I have my kid do that, it won't be done right. But I think you have to go into the attitude of like, this is just a learning experience for them. It doesn't matter if it's done right or wrong. Ask them to mop the floors. Ask them to vacuum with their little play vacuum, something dumb. And if it's not done right, it doesn't matter. Go have them, I don't know, grab the bottle and bring it to you. Stuff like that. If they spill milk along the way, who cares? Like, let them learn to be capable people. Roy says, just take your whole family to another family with a lot of children. She'll be happy to know that you have another sister to explain is not good. Sorry, to explain is not good to show. Yes, I see what you're saying. Explain is not good. To show is the best. Yeah, that's good. And she's gotten of age where she's starting to interact with other kids more and playing with people. So that's very good. Yeah, I agree. Salmon Janet. I like that name. It'd be good for your first daughter to learn to split the love and time. Yeah, it's good for them. Rose, thank you for the super chat. Says, can't believe I was a Candace Owens fan. It's like a crackhead relapsing. Yeah, well, okay, but thank you for leaving that because I get some comments sometimes saying, oh, but Josh, you don't make any difference. No Candace Owens fans can be convinced. And I just wholly disagree with that. I don't think that's true. I really believe Candace Owens fans can be convinced. I think there's a subset of them that won't ever, and it's a pride issue, but some will. And it seems that you are an example of that. I don't know at what point you decided not to listen to her anymore, but at some point it happened, and that's great. All right, I'm going to skip ahead here through the super chats. Maggoty bread. Wow. Thank you. Uncle Alert. Yeah. Thank you. I don't know why everyone's saying that. I think that must be like a preset or something, but yeah, I guess I'm Unc. Okay. Yeah. David says Andrew's debate style is to insult, talk over his opponents, raise his voice over them. It's a shame. I mean, I tend to agree. Is he good with Socratic debating sometimes? Yeah, but sometimes it devolves into this, right? And that's what I worry about. Like, this one's just too important to screw up. So I hope he brings his A game. This is not me rooting against Andrew Wilson, by the way. It's just I'm a skeptical person by nature and not without reason. Awesome. We've got someone who wants to join the stream. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, Carson wants to join the stream. I will send you the link right now, Carson. And if anyone else wants to join the stream, please email me at carmediacompany@gmail.com. And I will happily have you on. We've got about 30 minutes until the debate. Thanks for showing up. We've got almost 1,000 of you here, so that's a lot of fun. You can leave a super chat if you want to support me, and I'll, of course, always read your comments and questions. I know we're a little behind in them, but I'll get to all of them. This person says, Josh, the debate is a waste of money. Candace Cole is beginning to sink already. Perhaps. I do believe that Candace Cole is beginning to sink, but the money was it was originally paid by Andrew Wilson, so I don't think that's a waste of money. That came from him. He wanted to, and then he has crowdsourced a reimbursement to him, essentially. So if people want to willingly give their money, that's fine with me. Say when you won't. Jammin', thank you for the gift. I still need someone to explain it to me. The Chicken Man also says jammin'. Awesome. Thank you. Nobody Nope. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you guys. And the Chicken Man also says high five. Thank you. If I give you a thumbs up, it will pop up on screen too. I don't know why it does that, but it does it. I want to figure out how the balloons come up. I still don't know why that happens. Freedom to Gargamel says Candace fatigue is real. Well, yeah, I agree. I agree it's real. And I know that this is hard for a lot of people to believe because this is what I have focused my work on over the last 11 months now since Charlie Kirk was assassinated. But if Candace Owens came out today, said I was wrong and I'm never going to talk about it again, I wouldn't talk about it either, except for, the Tyler Robinson court proceedings. But I'd be done with it. So it's not something I want to persist. I don't think it's good for America. I don't think it's good for Americans, more importantly, I should say. David says, I have a 7-year-old grandnephew. How is your girl? Good. Yeah. She's not 7, she's 1. But yeah, no, very good. She was a little sick this week, which was tough to see. But fortunately, sorry, someone just emailed me. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Lexi just messaged me, said she can't call in today. But yeah, please, Lexi. I usually have people call in every single stream I do. So you're welcome to join another time. You'll just have to email me when we do it then. Marla, thank you, Marla, from Canada, says your daughter will be a little mother and a big help if you can get her a pup. If you can get her a puppy. She's got a puppy. Don't worry. She's got a puppy named Milo. We brought him on the stream in the past. Good luck to you all. Thank you, Marla. That's very nice of you. Thank you for both, I think. I think you left me 2 super chats. I appreciate that. Yeah, a little mother is great. I mean, this is what you want. You want your daughters to grow up to be mothers. You want your sons to grow up to be fathers, and those skills can be taught to them literally when they're 1 year old. I mean, it's so insane, you guys. I've got my best friend has a son, their youngest, and all he wants to do all day is destroy things and like look at bikes and mechanics and things like that. And my daughter, all she wants to do all day is play with her doll and look at pictures of dogs and be with her mom. Like, these are just innate things that come in us. Like, it's so crazy, all of the leftist propaganda about gender. We all understand that. We're all in agreement. But until you have a kid, it's like, then you really see it. And it's just shocking. Moving forward in these comments, and then we've got our call-in who is in the lobby here. Oliver, why am I listening to this guy talking about his wife's womb? Or wait until the debate. I didn't want to not do the stream because I scheduled it for 7:45 my time, and then they pushed back the debate to 9 o'clock my time, and so I wanted to continue with it anyway. Super chat 10, thank you, says new name idea, Candace Owens Carr. Oh, no. That will not be the name idea for my daughter. That offends me that you would say that. I will not be naming my daughter Candace. Not even close. That's funny, though. That's funny. I also have no idea what the W is. Like, what currency is that? I'll look it up. W with the line in it currency is... Oh, the first thing that popped up was North Korea, but it's also South Korea. So that's funny. I was like, North Korea? South Korea. Well, very cool. Thank you for watching from South Korea. Someone's calling to the show. Carson, you are on the Josh Carr Show. How are you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself, man?
Good.
You hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound great. Do you have a question, a comment? What's up?
So I guess I was sort of wanting to talk about Andrew Wilson as the person who's debating Candace, because I understand your reservations, but I would honestly contend that while I personally am not a huge fan of the guy, I'd actually say that he's probably one of the best people to do it.
Okay. So yeah, I guess I'll admit, like, who would I have do it instead of Patrick Bet-David? That's a difficult question, right? So, or Andrew Wilson, excuse me.
Well, good.
Like, I don't know. I hear what you're saying, but don't you think that someone who has more hands-on experience, who's really dug into the investigation, like, my worry is not so much on his debate tactics, but more his knowledge. Do you think that he'll be knowledgeable?
Okay, so that's a fair point. So what I would say to that is, generally speaking, what I've seen of Andrew Wilson is that he does seem to do his research. Like he puts a decent amount of prep time into a lot of his debates, and some of the time that works to his advantage. Some of the time he kind of gets a little too, I guess it depends on how high profile he thinks the debate is going to be. But I've seen him put in some pretty decent research into debates, and I think he understands, especially when he's putting a lot of money on the line here and things like that. He understands this is important. So I would argue that he's probably done his research. But the main thing is just the fact that the thing with, you mentioned before that you would like for someone who is more hands-on in investigating Candace and the facts to do this. And I understand where you're coming from, but the problem is when you don't have a lot of experience in debate, like a lot of these people do, it's very easy for you to get tricked. I fall for this myself. I did debate for a number of years, and it's just a fact that it's really easy to lose track of a conversation, to get bamboozled and tricked and led off on a little gish galloping trail, and you don't even realize it's happening because the person you're up against is really smooth about it. And that's what Candace is really, really good at. She's really good at obfuscating. She's really good at distracting. She's really good at, as I think you said earlier, gish galloping. And if you don't have experience dealing with this kind of stuff, it's really easy to fall for it, to let them control the conversation, because that's going to be Candace's goal going into this. She's going to do everything she can to maintain control of the conversation. She's going to try and keep Andrew Wilson where she wants to talk about. And every time he's starting to beat her, she's going to switch the topic faster than you can say switch the topic. And if you're not experienced with that, you're going to get fooled. And Candace is going to look like she's got you. And that's where I think Andrew Wilson is really skilled, because he's really good at matching the energy of his opponents, and at least from what I've seen, very good at, how would I say it, at tracking the conversation. So like when you're trying to switch the topics, when you're gish galloping, when you're doing these little tricks, he notices and he calls it out instead of letting you get away with it. And so that's why I think he would be better, even if I disagree with his tendency to talk over people and that sort of thing, because specifically we know Candace is going to do that. So it's like you need someone who's able to match her aggression and tempo and still be able to come up top anyway,
Yeah, point taken. I think that could be true. I guess the question then, so yeah, my biggest concern, frankly, for this debate is the fact that there's just so much material, and much of that material has just been invented by Candace Owens, and so it's like impossible to keep up on it. But my question to you then is, don't you almost feel like the moderator is like equally as important as the person debating Candace Owens at that point, if Gish Gallop is such a concern?
That's certainly possible, but the thing is, so the moderator can only do so much no matter what, because, a big part of what they're trying to do is avoid seeming particularly biased, because then you get a ton of people really angry at you. So I feel like the moderator, especially with Patrick and Bet David, is quite likely to be pretty hands off. So with that in mind, I would argue that Andrew would, or whoever Candace would be debating in this situation, would need to be able to keep track of and call out the nonsense regardless, because otherwise it's just not going to go in their favor.
Yeah, one of the questions that I have, and we're going to see this in real time, is apparently Andrew and Candace get like a team of researchers behind them for some sort of fact checking. Like, I'm not exactly sure. I don't know if you've seen
I
this,
have no
Carson.
idea how that works.
Yeah, but that's what they're saying. So that's going to be interesting as well. Again, they're like saying this is a debate that's going to take as long as it needs to, and it's kind of general. I'm worried that it could really get out of hand and just be kind of really messy. So if Andrew Wilson is able to stay on topic, then I would consider that a huge win. So if that's a skill that you think he has, then yeah, maybe he's one of the top guys to do it.
Yeah, it's tough, because the one thing I will say that it definitely is a risk with Andrew Wilson is that he has a very match your own energy kind of mentality. Like, I've seen him debating Mormons or members of the Church of Latter-day Saints, depending on how you want to say it. And, he'll disagree with them over, theological matters. And he's very polite with them because they're polite with him. And I've seen a couple of his debates around that, and he matches their energy, and he's extremely polite. He's extremely charitable. But in the same breath, when he feels like people are being uncharitable, disingenuous, whatever, I think he does actually get pissed off during the debates, and that results in him being very aggressive and sometimes very unproductive ways. So the thing is, Candace is not almost certainly, she is going to be disingenuous. And so I admit I do have a concern that might get in the way of his ability to track the arguments and all that, but I guess we'll have to see.
Cool. Well, thank you for joining, Carson. Last words for the audience?
Nothing in particular. I guess I just made my point, and thanks for having me on.
Okay. Well, thank you, Carson. I appreciate it. All right. We've got a super chat from Little Gray Squirrel. They say, this is Andrew Wilson's to lose. He is used to bullying OnlyFans girls. Godspeed to Patrick Bet David. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's his to lose. He's got the upper hand just because the truth is on his side. Candace Owens has the upper hand because of the terms of the debate. I would say they're more favorable for her. It shouldn't be enough. Sorry, I've got some breakfast hungers. I haven't had breakfast yet. I'm going to wait until the debate starts. I apologize. If you guys want to call in, we've got about 18 minutes till the debate begins. If you guys are just now joining, how this is going to work is the debate will start at 11 a.m. Eastern time, and I'm going to stop commentating. You can just watch it here. I'm not going to interrupt a lot. You can just watch it quietly and enjoy it, and then we will be going on to another stream afterwards to give a recap of everything that happened. So if you have to duck out, totally okay. We'll do a quick stream on that one. It will be less than an hour, probably much less than an hour, honestly. Heather says, hi, Josh. I wanted to say I love watching you and God bless. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate that. I know we're way behind in the chat, but I just I want to chat with you guys. Seek the Cross says, do you believe Jesus Christ has come in the flesh? Yes, I do. I believe in the claims of the Bible. Not for the second time. I don't believe the second coming has happened yet, but yes, I believe that's what the Bible is about, the New Testament specifically. Crash Test Dummy says, I'm wondering if you have any suggestions for those of us who are early 30s and are not married but are searching. A lot of the online discussion in the right is oriented to Gen Z, but millennials often seem to be ignored. Okay, yeah, great point. Yeah, I guess you're like the younger side of millennials. What advice do I have? I went on an interview with PragerU a couple of weeks ago, and that's going to be coming out in the coming weeks. And we talked a lot about this. And I'll just tell you what I did to get married. And I think like anything in life, you have to be incredibly like poignant, prudent. You have to be very focused, intentional, I think is the word that is the best. And so if that's a goal you have, and I would argue that being married is probably the most important goal of your entire life. I think it's more important than your career. I think it's more important even than having kids. I think it's more important than, I really just can't think of anything more important. And so if that's a goal that you have, and I think that's a very righteous goal, not only will God help you, so that's great. You've already got God on your side, but you should do everything in your power to make it happen. And what that means is stacking the deck in your favor. What I hear from a lot of people, whether they're in their early 30s like you, or even if they're my age in their mid to early 20s, is they want to get married, but they're not really doing the things required to get married. And I know that sounds kind of harsh, and I'm not trying to come down on you because it sounds like you have a righteous goal and desire. But if you want to get married, you need to go somewhere in the world where people share your values. So for me, I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I was fortunate enough to grow up in the town that has more of my members than any other town in the world. And so I decided to stay there. I went to university at BYU, which is a university specifically made for members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And so when I went on a date with someone, chances of them agreeing with me on religion and values was about 98%. And so that helped. I also set a goal to go on 2 to 3 dates a week. And a lot of people hear that and they think, how is that even possible? But marriage was very important to me. And so I returned home from my mission when I was 20 years old. This was in 2021. And it took me to the day, a day plus 4, or excuse me, it took me a year plus 4 days to meet my wife. And over the course of 369 days, I went on at least 100 dates during that time. I kid you not. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is a lot of people go on 5 dates and they think, why haven't I met my wife? It's like, just like anything, it requires reps. You have to put the reps in. You have to do it smart. When I went on a date, I could tell if I wanted to pursue something within the first 60 seconds usually. And so when it wasn't going great and I just felt like this was obviously not someone I was going to marry, The date lasted 60 minutes. And when I felt a little more intrigued, it lasted 2 hours. And with my wife, it lasted about 4 hours. And we went on a lot of dates after, and we, aggressively pursued each other and got married to the day 1 year after we met. So if you're Baptist and you're living in, I don't know, I guess I don't know where Baptists aren't, but if you're living in like Chicago, I'm assuming not a ton of Baptists in Chicago. If you're Jewish and you're living in Wyoming, probably not going to meet a lot of Jewish people in Wyoming. You're probably going to want to go to Miami or New York City or LA. And so, or New Jersey. And so I know it's hard to say like you have to move and upend your life, but if it matters enough to you, I think that's what you should do. And you'll have to put the reps in. And by the way, you can find the person you want to marry from a multiplicity of sources. I would employ every single one. Some people are against this method or that method. I would use all of them. I used all of them. Talk to people that you randomly meet at the supermarket. You can do online dating and meet people online. That's fine. You can meet people in college. You can meet your neighbor. You can have blind dates. You can have people set you up who are friends. All of those things are great things. Me and my wife, we met because we lived in the same apartment complex, and I just happened upon her apartment one day. That's how that happened. But I went on dates from all kinds of reasons. I don't think any of them are bad, so long as one of them leads you to marriage. Sorry, that was a very long explanation, but that's such an important question. And like, I just appreciate you even like, I mean, I don't know. You gave me a super chat and asked a question that means a lot to me. So it's like a double win for me. So that was very nice of you. Thank you. Scotty says 2 jewels, silver star. Thank you. Apparently I was told that these are like GIFs in the like GIFs in the chat, and I just can't see them because of my chat. So that feels awkward. It's just a description of what the GIF is for me. That's funny. Scotty, thank you for the other one. Appreciate that. Bourbon Babe says, watching from Fairfax, Virginia. Love your channel. I'm so glad to see that you're streaming the debate today. Thank you for being here. We're excited. It should start in 12 minutes. And again, we'll just let it roll here. You can watch it without interruption. And then afterwards, we'll give a recap and my reaction to it. David says, remember, Josh has rules. No swearing. You can disagree, but keep it civil. Typos are acceptable. I should know. I'm the king of typo land. Yeah, no profanity in the chat, please. It's not my style. I don't swear in public or in private. So I would just ask that you give the same courtesy to me in my chat since you're my guest here. Sorry, really quick. Not woke says Candace is not going to do this debate. I disagree. I think she will do the debate. In fact, let me pull up the debate right now. It is still scheduled. Looks like it's happening to me. Rose says, what do you think of the crumbling of the NFA? As a gun guy, I'm loving it. I don't know. I didn't know that was a thing. The National Firearms Act, I don't know a ton about it, but let me pull up, if that's breaking news, I'll pull it up right now. The Hill is reporting on it. They say the Trump administration has yet to appeal a key firearms ruling handed down last week, leaving gun control groups worried. When a judge ruled last week that parts of the National Firearms Act could no longer stand, he gave the Trump administration a 7-day window to try to first mount an emergency appeal. It leaves gun control groups sounding the alarm that the Trump administration may be on the cusp of abandoning its defense of the law. Sorry. As a gun guy, I'm loving it. Interesting. This is making it sound like it's anti-Second Amendment. So maybe someone's going to have to describe this to me in the chat because I haven't seen this. If you put it in the chat, I'll pull it up in a sec. I'm from the Philippines. What time is the debate, Josh? It's going to be in 10 minutes, okay? So we're down to the wire here. I'm just going through the last chats. David says, can you imagine Michael Knowles debating her? Yes, Candace, you're right about everything. Yeah. Well, Michael Knowles wouldn't have debated, but he wouldn't have been a good moderator. I thought it was really mature of him to decline that, even though I disagree with some of the other things he said. Jude says, disappointed Michael Knowles hasn't stepped up as Charlie's friend. He thinks it's honorable to not be involved. It's cowardly. Couldn't agree more. I don't think he should have been a moderator, but yeah, he needs to speak out more. He was more clear in that video about Candace Owens than he's ever been. That's a good thing, but too little, too late. And I think he should have done more like what Matt Walsh did. Matt Walsh, dedicated 2 or 3 episodes to debunking the craziness of Candace Owens. And for me, that was sufficient. Not everyone has to talk about it every day, but Michael Knowles has never done anything like that. Bella says, it's impossible to have a true debate with a liar. She contradicts herself on a daily basis. Much different than if somebody really believes what they're saying than somebody who jumps around daily. That's why it's tough. I agree with you. That's tough. I'm optimistic, but I am concerned about that aspect of it. Holy Handman says, I hope Josh is going to stream it from Andrew's channel, not give a single view to Candace's channel. We will be streaming it from Patrick Bet David's channel, just so you guys know. Eduardo, Candace Owens doesn't really debate, though. Well, we'll see today. I agree. I mean, I don't think she's actually that talented of a debater from what I've seen. And I think if she was a talented debater, she's rusty. You guys got to remember that Candace Owens in her Daily Wire and PragerU and TPUSA days, she was out and about. She was doing stuff. She was, this is a muscle, you guys. It is. When I am iced and I don't go on another podcast for weeks, I suck. But if I've got 4 podcasts that I'm going on that week, I get better and better and better because it's just like a muscle. And I don't think Candace has exercised that muscle very much recently. She's in her basement talking about anything she wants to make up. She doesn't have to contend with other opinions. I think that's going to be a huge hindrance to her. Chelsea Richardson from Alabama. Love your videos. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're running out of time here, so I do apologize. I'm just having to kind of rush through the comments here to the super chats. A lot of anti-Mormon content. I'm used to it. It's okay, guys. This person says Galatians 1:8. Yeah, I believe in the Bible, guys. I believe in Galatians 1:8, by the way. So you're preaching to the choir. Josh, is there a question she or he is defending? It got squishy. So I'm hoping that they actually address this at the beginning of the debate. I'm sure they will here in just 7 minutes. But my understanding is that it's going to hit. So it's kind of ironic because I go about my debates very different than what Andrew Wilson wants to do. What I do is I say, let's stick to the facts of the case. Let's talk about Tyler Robinson. Did he do it or did he not do it? And basically what Candace Owens wants to do is talk about Tyler Robinson didn't do it. And Andrew Wilson wants to say, you have to answer for all of your crazy conspiracy theories. So it seems like both people want to talk about both those things. Like Andrew's saying, yeah, we'll talk about the facts of the case, but also you said that Erica Kirk colluded with the military to kill Charlie. You said that there was a Mormon mafia. You said that Israel did it. All of these things you need to answer for, and we're going to debate those. Will that happen? We'll see. If all of that happens, it's going to take hours and it's going to get very messy. So that's why I'm really just not even sure how this is going to happen. It's why this is going to be a bit of a spectacle, in my opinion. And I don't know if it'll be as like solid of a debate as, we're thinking. We'll see. Tyler, hopefully Andrew actually debates her unlike he did with Stu Peters. Yeah. So this is why the moderator is so important. If you watch the Andrew Wilson, Stu Peters, this is like probably the foundations for why I'm worried about the debate is like Andrew Wilson destroyed Stu Peters. Yeah, that's great. But it wasn't like a substantive debate, meaning Stu Peters looked like an idiot, but there was no substance at all. Like they didn't even get to any of the questions because Stu, it's like when you can't, like you're trying to define every word of the sentence. So you only got 1% into the debate. It's like impossible to debate someone who just like can't be agreeable in any way. That's what I'm concerned about. Do you know Scott Sterling? Yes, I do. Well, I know of him. I don't know him personally. The actor's name is Matt Meese. Funny enough, I have seen Matt Meese a few times in person, but I've never talked to him. Curtis, it's ridiculous to be anti-Mormon, even if one believes that needs to be even if one believes that needs to be saved. Being anti doesn't accomplish one single thing God wants. Yeah. As a former missionary for 2 years, and not a bad missionary either, one who, fulfilled my purpose as a missionary, which was to bring people to Christ through faith, repentance, baptism, and receiving the gift of the Holy Ghost, I can tell you that at no point in my missionary service was I anti anything, except I guess anti-Satan. But I was not anti-Catholic to the Hispanics that I was teaching on my mission. I was not anti-Baptist or anti-anything. I was just pro-Jesus. So I think if people out there want to reclaim the souls of Mormons, which I'm sure in your own words is what you're saying, don't be anti-Mormon. Be pro-Jesus. All right, I'm going to click on this link really quick. Apologies if... okay, it looks like we're starting here in 3 minutes. I don't want the music to blare in anyone's ear, so let me be careful with this. Yeah. We'll see if it starts on time. That's the real question, right? You just never know if it's going to start on time. ¿Hablas español? Sí, hablo español. I learned Spanish on my mission. Not as good as I used to be, but I'll be going to Mexico here in a couple months for some practice. I'm not too bad. I'm fluent to a certain degree still. If anyone wants to come on the show sometime and speak Spanish with me, you're welcome to. Yeah. Yeah, Danae. Pro-Jesus. Gambling odds of starting late. Okay, we finally caught up with the chat. Guys, thanks for the super chats. I do appreciate you guys. Thank you. Gambling odds of starting late. I mean, it depends what late means, right? I mean, we're already an hour late. But there's 10,000 people watching live on Patrick Bet David right now. We've got over 1,000 people here. People are ready for it. Sorry, my comments just wigged out. I can't see what anyone's saying anymore. There we go. Tyler says, Josh, any chance of me and you doing a show together? Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah. Email me at carmediacompany@gmail.com. 100%. Let's do it. I'll do a show with anyone. I try to be approachable. We're not, elitist here. I'd love to do a show with anyone. Seriously. Should be starting any second now. I promise as soon as it begins, I will let it play and I won't be commenting so that you guys can just see what's happening and it will be unadulterated. Oh, here we go. It may be starting. Let me see. Okay, technically it's live, but that doesn't mean they're doing anything yet. So as soon as they start doing things, we'll probably hear it and I will share my screen with you. And we'll get going. David, are you going to debate Tucker Owens? I don't know. I got to think about it more, David. Yeah, I'm just not sure. My schedule is very tight for the next couple of weeks. I'm just not sure I can, unfortunately. But I'll look into it. Don't worry. I'm looking into it. Glenn John says, LDS Jesus is ontologically different from biblical Jesus. I would agree that it's ontologically different from creedal Christians' view of Jesus. But I would disagree and say that it's consistent with biblical Jesus. Are you pro-Muslim Jesus because they say they believe in Jesus? Obviously not. Muslims don't believe that Christ is the savior of the world or the son of God. So that would be the main difference that Mormons hold in terms of our theology with Muslims. Expressive Zonky says, Josh, can you reiterate the debate terms? Well, we're not exactly sure what they are. So I'll let them describe that at the beginning. But essentially, Andrew Wilson wants to talk about Candace Owens' crazy conspiracies and make her actually answer for them. And Candace Owens wants to convince everyone that there's still a shadow of a doubt that Tyler Robinson didn't do it, which is a stupid argument because the trial hasn't even happened yet. So all we need is reasonable cause, which we certainly have. One law says, will preterm labor end the debate? I don't think she's that far along. Like, she'd have to be It'd have to be really early for that to happen. I think she's still in the 20s, maybe early 30s, but I think I don't think she's much ahead of my wife. I think she's like a month or two ahead of my wife. I need this to start soon, guys, because I have to pee really bad. And I'm also starving because I haven't had breakfast yet. So I do need this to do it. Oh yeah, okay. So SMK for you guys just listening, Josh, we will also do a separate review of this debate. Yeah, so I'm going to do a live stream right after the debate ends. If the debate goes super long, I may have to delay it just a little bit. But after the debate ends today, I'll be doing a short live stream, 30 to 60 minutes, recapping the debate for those of you who aren't able to watch the entire thing because I know it's during the work day right now. Shara, did you see Joe Rogan's comment regarding the edited image? Yes, we actually played it at the beginning of this live stream. If you want to go back after and watch our analysis of that, you're welcome to do so. I mean, this is going to be huge, guys. PBD's got 27,000 people live right now. We've got 1,200, which is not bad at all. Should be starting here any second. As soon as it starts, I will switch over and let you guys listen to the debate. AK Giant says, Josh, you remind me a lot of Charlie. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you. Huge compliment. I don't think I'm anywhere close to Charlie. I don't think I'll ever be anything close to Charlie, but I do see that as a massive compliment. What's for breakfast? This right here. 70 grams of protein, baby. That's what I do every morning. Same breakfast every morning. Breakfast of champions. I've drinking this every single day for the past 6 years, I think. I kid you not. It's I don't remember what protein powder is. It's the one from Costco. Some Costco protein powder, whole milk, and PB Fit, which is like the powdered peanut butter, and some creatine. So good. More cost effective, more economic than, the pre-made shakes. Tastes really good. Fills you up. It's like 600 calories. So it's a little heavy on calories, I would say, for a breakfast, but it's pretty solid. Okay, here we go. Starting soon, it says. So not quite. It says something new came up on the screen. So it's starting soon. So thank you, Jeannie Mitchell Myers. When two or more gathered in his name, there he is amongst us. God, hear our prayers in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Thank you for that. I do believe that this debate, and us gathering in this way can be a godly event in pursuit of truth. I think anytime, as you're saying, that a group of believers are together and we're doing something in favor of truth, that's a good thing. Jessica says, I thought it was supposed to be 3 hours. I think it is. I think it's supposed to be very long. So we'll be streaming the entire thing. And right after, if I have time, I have another debate I'm actually doing on a separate issue completely at 3 p.m. Eastern. So if it bleeds into that, we'll have to push off my recap stream to 4 p.m. Eastern, but it will happen either way. Don't worry. They do need to start this, though, because I have to pee. I got to pee bad. Giver says, Joshua, do Mormons really like those dirty soda drinks? I heard that's the rage at the restaurant/food joints around my place. Yeah, we kind of invented that. You get some sodas, you put in like some creamer, and they call it like a dirty drink. You put some creamer and like a splash of coconut in it, and it's super good. And that's what we do because we're not, we don't drink alcohol or coffee or anything like that. So we're kind of soda drinkers. But I'm not a huge soda drinker, so not everyone does it. But yeah, it's kind of common here in Utah. Yeah, 1 hour, 3 minutes late. Seriously. And if this thing's 3 hours long, man, we're going to be here. We'll be here for a long time. We're going to be here a very long time. I'll play it as soon as it comes up. Don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. Yeah, it's all good. If you guys want to, I know there's some chat about the Mormon Church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, since that's my religion. I don't mind you guys asking questions at all. But yeah, if you're just respectful, even if you have difficult questions, it's fine. It's just I'm always respectful of other people's religions that I disagree with. Please just give me the same courtesy. We're just talking about it randomly right now as we wait for the debate because it's very late. We are having a girl, Amy. Yep, second girl. So officially a girl dad, and very excited. I love my daughter, so I'm not mad about a second daughter. We're gonna have 5 kids. Hopefully, that's the plan. So I'm not too worried right now. If we have a third girl, then I'm gonna be like a little, like uh-oh. I want one son at least. Nice. Eating chorizo con huevo. It's always a good one. Mexican food is the best food, by the way, in the world. It's not even close. Yeah. Yeah, Megan says, just tuning in, but doesn't the defense filing really put a damper on most of what Candace has said? Yeah, the timing is impeccable. There's a reason she took the day off yesterday for her show. So did Baron Coleman, by the way. They needed some time to reel. I don't know. I'm sure it's going to get brought up. And no, the defense did not fully admit Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, but they're basically working under that assumption because they think the evidence is so damning. That's basically what they're dealing with right now. And so they're like, okay, let's say that he did hit his target. He clearly hit his target. Let's get the death penalty off because he didn't kill anyone else, which seems like a ridiculous argument to me. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Truth Seeker, if you're still in here, happy to debate you anytime. Just send me an email and we'll make it happen. Jesus Christ in prayer is a spiritual breakfast of champions. It is, unless you're diabetic like me, and then you need breakfast in order to survive because your blood sugar will drop. Yeah, 95,000 watching on Candace right now. Yeah, we've got 30,000 on PBD. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be huge. This is a huge event, and I wish it didn't have to come to this, but it does. Rusty Scissors, thank you so much for the super chat. It says starting soon still. I'm just waiting for it to start. We're sorry. I'm trying to entertain, guys. I apologize. This is not the most. It's not the most entertaining, but we've got 1,200 people on here, and I'm just trying to keep you guys entertained before the debate because they're so freaking late. That's what I thought, Tyler. Yeah, there's no time limit on the debate. Yeah, exactly. But see, I think that's a bit of a problem. This could just go on forever, and it could be a real just nebulous slugfest where nothing concrete at all could come out of it. That's my biggest concern. So yeah, it could go 4 hours, 5 hours. They've got all day to do this, and I don't like that. I think it should be strict. I think ironically, the stricter the debate is and the moderator and how they act, it's not that they have to be involved per se, but it's just the parameters of the debate, the more free the information can flow, because when it's just all over the place, you just can't really knock anything down. Rachel says, do you think you'll cover the full trial? Because that's a lot. Well, I certainly can't cover it in the same way that I covered the preliminary hearing. That was one of the hardest weeks of my career. It was so much work. It was so difficult. So I'll cover it for sure. But in terms of being inside the courtroom, I'll probably get in a couple days, and I'll probably do, if there's some special days, where important things are happening, like day 1 or the conviction, then for sure we'll do, a full live stream and things like that. But, I'm thinking if this is going to be a 3-month trial, which it could be, we'll do a weekly recap or something like that is probably the best way to do it. Am I allowed to dance? Yep, I can dance. Yeah, it's not Footloose, guys. That happened in Nevada, not in Utah. Some of the best dancers in the world, by the way, come from Utah. Just want to say. And I wasn't half bad either back when I was an actor. Deborah says it's over an hour late. Yeah, it is. It's an hour and 11 minutes late right now. Yeah. Yeah, David says we're going to have to hear about the other one making it. Yeah, it's their fault that we're late. Yeah, potentially. I'll say this too, some of the lateness is a strategy to build excitement. I've never been a fan of that because I think lateness kind of breeds like frustration, like it breeds not trust, and sometimes people tune out. But it could be a strategy. They may be delaying it purposefully. Happy says, I've been getting so many ads on YouTube about Mormonism lately, but don't know much about it. Cool. Yeah, I'm curious if those are ads run by my church or if they're like anti-Mormon ads run by others. But yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm getting emails at the same time and I'm trying to make sure I'm looking at multiple things at once and my mind's a bit scattered to make sure that I get you to the debate on time. But yeah, learn about it. I mean, the best way to learn about Mormonism is to read the Book of Mormon. I would suggest anyone do it, even if you're thinking, oh, but it's the Book of Mormon. I don't believe in that. It's like, read it as an academic exercise, you guys. Just in the same way that I would read the Quran. It's like, I don't believe in the Quran. It's not going to convince me to be a Muslim, but just as an academic exercise, it's probably important to understand what Muslims actually believe. And so I would encourage everyone to do the same about Mormonism. If you want to understand what people in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints believe, read the Book of Mormon. And I think you'll find that it's quite interesting. Like at the very least, again, even if you don't believe in it, I think you'll be astounded by the doctrine taught in it. Stephen Crowder has her up. Well, let me search hers really quick. I didn't want to give her any credence. Yeah, no, hers isn't up. We're going to go to Patrick Bet-David's. Hers is not up. She's going to show, you guys. She's going to show. I know some of you are saying she's not going to show up. She's going to show up. This would be like damning for her if she planned this whole thing and ducked out. It wouldn't matter what reason she gave. Kevin says, what happened to Candace and Tucker Carlson over the last year? It's like they became different people. They're the same people. I understand how it looks. We dive into this on my show, but they're the same people as they've always been, unfortunately. Coffee, is this in-house or a virtual debate? In-house. Part of the reason why I think it's taking so long. This is in-house, which will be very good. As a Jew, I'm curious, are the LDS special undergarments related in any way to tzitzit? I don't even know what that is, so let me look it up and then I'll tell you. The specially knotted ritual fringes or tassels attached to the four corners of Jewish garments, such as the daily prayer shawl or small four-cornered undershirt rooted in the Torah. Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah, sorry, I'm unfamiliar with the phrasing, but yeah, that's exactly what it is. I mean, I've always found it kind of curious that LDS undergarments are mocked, but Jewish ones aren't. It's not that I want people to mock Jewish ones. I don't. But the undergarment for members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and by the way, I wear undergarments always. I'm wearing them right now, are just simply, it's underwear and an undershirt, and they do have sacred symbols on them that remind us of Jesus Christ. This is what the AI overview says of what you just said. It says, rooted in the Torah, Numbers 15 and Deuteronomy 22, they serve as a physical reminder to remember and follow God's commandments. That's a perfect way to describe how members of the Church of Jesus Christ view their garments. They're a physical reminder to us at all times of the promises and covenants that we've made with God. It reminds us to be chaste. It reminds us to be modest. It reminds us to be obedient to his commandments. And it's the perfect reminder because literally if you move around, you feel your clothes touching your skin. So it's always with you. I've always found it strange that people like to mock it so much because it's actually a really beautiful thing. And there's nothing secret about it either. It's just my underwear. So I don't need you to like see my underwear. It's a white undershirt and white bottoms. Like it's nothing crazy. Moderate cases. I bet Candace is holding it up. Yeah, I tend to think that too. We'll see what the excuse is. I'm sure Andrew will say after the fact. Rachel says, what mission did you serve in? Where in South America? I wasn't in South America. I was actually in Washington State. I was in a town called Pasco, Washington. And Pasco, Washington, where I was, is pretty much all Hispanic. And I was in some neighboring towns as well. They're all Hispanic, all mostly illegal immigrants, some legal immigrants, but mostly Mexicans from Michoacan and Jalisco and Colima. And I was assigned to teach them. So that's where I learned Spanish. A lot of people think you can't learn Spanish in the United States. That is not true. I would say I speak Spanish, I would say on par with most of the missionaries that served in South America. Mary Jean Blair, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Milo doesn't, here's the thing. Anita says go pee and put Milo in your seat so we can see him. The problem is Milo doesn't like being in the seat because he's got these bright lights. You guys can't see the lights, but like there's these bright lights here, and they shine right here. Like it's pretty intense. This is why I have to look at my camera sometimes, because if I look up too much, it gets blinding. But Milo doesn't like it. He gets uncomfortable. Well, here's the problem, Paul. Okay, so let me tell you exactly what's happening with breakfast here. So I have the shake here. I've got it. So I can drink this at any time. The problem is I'm diabetic, and so I need to take insulin with this. The problem is I do not have my phone with me. I'm using my phone today as my monitor. That's the camera you're seeing is from my phone, actually. And my phone is the device that gives me insulin. And so I actually cannot do this until I can take my camera down and go over to the debate. So it's actually not possible for me to eat breakfast right now. Otherwise, I'll skyrocket. My blood sugar will skyrocket. Wanda says, Andrew Wilson streaming from Candace's show. He couldn't set up his own. Correct. That was the deal. Yeah. Julie says, I'm a Christian. My cousin became a Mormon, did a lot of research on it. That's your best bet. Go do your research. That's all I ask. I was a missionary. At no point as a missionary did I go up to a person and say, hi, I'd like you to join my church tomorrow. No, I said, hey, I'd like to go through a series of discussions with you, read the scriptures with you. And at the end of that, if you would like to be baptized and join the church, I would love to invite you to do that. And I'll baptize you as well. And a lot of people accepted that offer and many didn't as well. But it's actually not allowed in the church to baptize people ignorantly. There's actually a series of interview questions, and these interview questions are public online. You can go read them, that we ask each person before they're baptized. And if they can't answer those questions, then they can't be baptized. I can just name them off the top of my head. I won't read all of them. But the first one is, do you have faith in Jesus Christ as your Savior and Redeemer? Do you believe that Heavenly Father is your Father in heaven? Do you believe God is your Heavenly Father? Do you believe that Joseph Smith is a prophet? Do you believe that the Book of Mormon is the Word of God and the Bible is the Word of God? Do you believe and are you willing to commit to live a chaste life? Will you pay your tithing if you're baptized into the church? Will you, have you committed any crimes? Have you had an abortion? Have you committed homosexual sin? Those are probably 80% of the questions asked. And they are to both affirm that you understand what it takes to join the church, but also that you're willing to live a worthy life, because we don't believe baptism is something that should be done lightly. We believe it's a covenant with God. We're still waiting, guys. I promise as soon as it is ready, I will bring it up. Diane says, your objectivity and fairness is noted. Thank you, Diane. Thank you. Karen says, has Erica made a public statement about the event? Not that I've seen. I don't think so. Let's pull up her X really quick. I don't think she would. Because again, the last thing that she said was congratulating Carolyn Levitt for serving well as she steps down as press secretary. This isn't on behalf of Erica Kirk or TPUSA. I think them coming out in support of Andrew would give credence to those conspiracies, and so I don't think they want to do that. Yeah, Kevin, you're right. All right. See you guys. I'm going to go pee. All right, we're back. See if it started without us. Nope. Still not started. There we go. Sorry, my microphone stopped for a second there. We're good. Okay. Yeah, this person says, I actually think it will be over quicker than expected. I mean, I hope you're right. Like, I'm not here for a 4-hour debate, just to be honest with you. I'm here for a 2-hour debate, I think is appropriate. Is PBD always late? I hope she's not backing out. I hope not too. I don't think it's PBD. I think it's them. Ooh, Josh, what's your craziest missionary story? That's a good question. You guys, I was a missionary for 2 years, so that's a long time. And it's like hard sometimes to remember because it just feels like a fever dream almost. It's hard to like really remember all of the crazy stories that happened. I'm trying to think of like the craziest one or one that you guys will enjoy. Cause some of them are kind of crazy for members of the church. If you know, missionary culture and things like that. Oh man. Okay. I'm really trying to think of the best one. One of the hallmarks of my mission was I served during COVID. So I was actually a missionary for 6 months and then COVID hit. So I had to learn to be a missionary during COVID. And that was a unique challenge. But right before COVID hit, I don't know if this was necessarily the craziest. I mean, I saw, there was a lot of gang violence. So in terms of like dangerous, there are people who were killed that I knew personally while I was there. MS-13 is a very large presence there in connection with the Nuevo Generacion cartel. And so that's a real concern, but that I wouldn't say that's like the craziest. That's just, I mean, those are crazy things that kind of just happen on a daily basis. I'll tell you this kind of fun story that happened on my mission. There was a girl that we were teaching named Consuelo. Consuelo means comfort. It's a beautiful name. Honestly, would love to use that as a name one day, maybe. But this lady was named Consuelo, and we were teaching her. And one day we had a really spiritual lesson with her, and she started crying. She felt the Spirit strongly, and we invited her to be baptized, and she accepted our invitation. Now, one of the things that she had to do in order to be baptized is she had to stop living with her boyfriend because if she's living with a boyfriend, that means they're having premarital sex. And that's not something you can be doing if you want to get baptized in the church. And so we invited her to ditch her boyfriend at the time, who was actually providing for her and her daughter. Her daughter was already a member of the church. And she agreed and did it, which is like a huge demonstration of faith. Like few people are actually willing to do that. She was willing to essentially get rid of the man who was providing for her in favor of God. And so we were incredibly happy about it. We were ready for her to get baptized. One of the rules of the church is that you have to go to church 2 times within 4 weeks in order to get baptized. I think that was more of like a mission specific rule, but it was just to make sure that they had actually been to church. They knew what they were doing again. And so that she had been once, but she hadn't been the second time. and her baptism date was for that Saturday. And so we wanted her to go that Sunday to church so she could be baptized. And one day she came crying to us. She said, elders, elder is the term that we had. My name was Elder Carr when I was a missionary, not Josh Carr. And she said, I can't come to church on Sunday because I just have no money. And so I'm going to go sell tamales door to door on Sunday. And I need to make them. I basically need to spend all Sunday morning making them. And then Saturday or Sunday afternoon, I will be selling them door to door. And we told her, Consuelo, you've committed to be baptized and you've already done all this work to show God that you're willing to follow him. Put him first and he will bless you financially. And one thing we believe as missionaries, we do believe that we speak in the name of Jesus Christ. We believe that just like Christ commissioned his apostles and his 70 to go out, we believe as missionaries, we could do the same thing. And so we promised her in the name of Christ that if she showed faith and went to church with us, that God would bless her financially that week and that everything would be taken care of for her and her daughter. And it was a very important blessing. It was probably one of the most spiritual lessons I've ever felt. And so Sunday rolled around and she did not come to church. And we were very disappointed and a little bit shocked. And so afterwards we went to her house and she wouldn't answer the door. And we went by every single day. I was like a walking missionary. I didn't have a car or anything. So it was like a 2-mile walk to her house, but we would walk to her house every day. And I was trying to just understand what had happened because she kind of just ghosted us after having these great experiences. And one day we were actually on bikes that day. I was riding my bike and I saw her at a bus station. And I was like, I looked over and I was like, oh, it's her. And so I called out, I was like, Consuelo. And she like looked at me and she started just like running. She literally was just like running down the street. So I was on a bike. So I easily caught up to her. I was like, Consuelo. And by the way, I was a missionary for like 4 months at this point. So I did not speak Spanish very well. She didn't speak any English. But I asked her, I was like, Consuelo, why did you not come to church? And she said, she was very angry. And again, I didn't fully understand what she had said at the time. But she said, I had to make the tamales in order to provide for my family. And I said, I know, but we promised you that if you would come to church, that God would bless you financially. And I said, why have you ghosted us? We want to help you. And she said, I don't want to talk to you guys ever again. And she used this word that I'd never heard before. She said, maldición. She said, me dieron una maldición. And I was like, that's weird. What the heck does that mean? So I pulled out Google Translate and searched maldición. And maldición means curse. And I was like, what are you saying? And so she said it again. And I realized she said that you cursed me. She said, you missionaries cursed me. And I asked her what she meant by that. And she told me that ever since she didn't go to church, she made over 100 tamales. And she, by the way, had been making tamales for years and been selling them. And she said that she was not able to sell a single tamale when she went door to door, and all of them went bad. And so she had not made any money. And I was a total shock because it's not like we were cursing her. We were trying to give her a blessing, of God's love and success for her. But she straight up thought we had cursed her because when she didn't go to church and she was disobedient, God was not able to bless her financially like we had promised. So take that with what you will. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it was God, showing her that he was displeased with her not going to church that week. But that was a pretty crazy story where, someone, you can really see when the Holy Spirit and Satan have a tug of war on someone's heart. And when people choose God, they're blessed. And when they choose Satan, they're not. Sorry, kind of a weird story, but one of my favorites, really. It was just very impactful for me at the time. Jeremy, when does the debate start? Should start anytime now. It was supposed to be an hour and a half ago, and I've just been doing my best. Oh, here we go. I think it's starting, guys. Yep, it has started. I got a little caught up in my thing. I apologize. We're just a couple minutes late here, but we will get going on it. Here we go. All right. I don't think we have any other super chats. We just have people saying nice things. Appreciate you guys. Okay, beautiful. We're going to start right now, you guys. Here we go. I'm going to be sharing my screen with you. Bear with me for just about 30 seconds. Here we are. Here we go. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
$300,000. And Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. It's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment to all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife, and it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think that I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day? As
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say, yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, it will be presented, obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique.
Yeah, we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But definitely upon impact, and we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary, and my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losi Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that it
15
was-
years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise,
Mhm.
when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris
Mhm.
that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
but
wanted
I
to
want you to
start
respond
with
to
the
2 points. I
debris.
want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and
Mhm.
debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5
Mhm.
sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded.
Mhm.
So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay.
So
You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out. And it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's, dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long. Testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no. Hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
Though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson,
Mhm.
Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony
Mhm.
where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3,
Mhm.
were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Mm-hmm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into
But it
various
also
places.
could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
This is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no. This is a huge point. This
I
is,
want to.
this is crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check if
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
the team
day.
in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying they want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah Rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important. So we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying
to
me. When you say Candace,
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that thank you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I'm looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
so
means?
this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can
your
I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't.
Okay.
That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point,
is the point in contention.
it's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is
but
describing,
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
So what they are
just-
inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other
state's
plausible
evidence and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim.
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person?
The idea that on a college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
even if it is, you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So when that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So
I
let's
mean,
start with the 30-06. I think that that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
the tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said it
Unless I
was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She has
If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but
that-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not. I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually, I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but back
saying
to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah. So my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you
that's
call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah,
top
I would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close to
up?
it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it.
think
if you
And
that's
by the
have it,
not
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me on
some
the staircase.
Maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on.
ahead. You're
hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mhm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
the
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, "I'm not 100%."
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means
that happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out
that either.
Because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said, I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said, I don't remember that.
Well, I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the
it
overwhelming
was.
majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like? Let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes, that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that
And
at
what
all.
are the things?
How many times did you, I mean, if you watch the video here, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah. And I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right. But the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What did you find
this
to
is
be
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
that's not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay.
What
do you?
saying,
okay, go ahead. Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's end it on what you find to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be. From my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes.
Confirmed the first two United States deaths associated.
All right, guys, you can hear me now. You can just see I'm just right here on my laptop monitor. I'm not doing anything fancy. I guess I'll talk to you while we're at break here. Oh, man, crazy so far. I mean, if you guys want and for those of you just joining too, you should know we will be doing a recap at the end. But Andrew's got to pick it up here. I know he's trying to kind of slow burner, but most people are only going to watch the first 20 minutes of the debate. So you want to hit hard fast. And I thought his introduction was good, and then she really spun it. I'm seeing a lot of people who are similarly agreeing with me. I'm curious what you guys think in the chat. Oh, never mind.
Okay,
we're back.
Fantastic.
I'll let you guys go.
I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI, for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent they're watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message, but then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence, but don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being
yeah.
is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see
fascist.
how that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they try to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kind of
parts
like Fed
compelling. I
slop?
think this should go.
Like
I
Fed
found,
slop?
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what our client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them. Okay.
So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid and they don't sound valid to me. Mm-hmm. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it. And I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source,
Yeah.
an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's
Well,
just a source.
I'm just doing what the
what you're
prosecution
doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang
you
on,
must
hang
have
on. You're
hated
giving
watching.
us.
You must have hated
Hang
watching
on,
the
you're giving
preliminary
us.
hearing.
You're giving us a cool,
Okay,
cool
but
story.
wait,
You're
is it-
saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You
I
said there's the
with-
mainstream media.
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes,
But the father did confront him,
the father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I
do
can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in until we got to the preliminary hearing. And we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point though.
It
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not
the
correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How does
leader.
this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been
Mhm.
derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and
Yes.
the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to,
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah. And then I think we'll go to if you're okay with that.
A thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
And
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that
messages.
would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
They just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
the
else.
parents fact check.
Yeah, so I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
here?
little
Is this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question.
First off, the parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
but
forever.
They're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
They didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
No.
no, they're not allowed to. Are
no,
you sure?
in a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on.
Uh-huh.
They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say,
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
no, it wouldn't be the right time for
I
that.
disagree. I think
It's
that
not
they,
disagreement.
I think
You're-
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago,
Mhm.
the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence
Yep.
that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's
what I
what
am.
you're asking.
What I
Why
am,
you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
out?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
My
Sorry.
argument, your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
if the state
lecture?
is allowed to use,
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's illegal, you can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not
I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
Where it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay. So that's
I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
That we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right,
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because
because
first,
they're all
because
related to this case.
your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
no,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic,
made
that
many,
you decide
many
that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should. Yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate is
the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, you're conceding. Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, sure.
And those are the things that
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it. I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. As the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before. right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This is like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
I
don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this. So there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
Sure.
And then we'll talk Erica, Kirk, and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5-minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around.
Create a
There we go. Now you can hear me. Give me 1 sec. I know you can't hear the video, but I can, and it's blaring in my ears. I want to hear your thoughts on this so far. This has been it's been a thing, that's for sure. It's been a thing. I'll give a full recap on my thoughts and what happened at the end. And again, this is the reason why you're seeing it like it is right now. My face is just because this is just my laptop monitor before I get my camera going again. Yeah, I'm not pumped about what's going on so far. To be honest with you, I don't think Andrew Wilson is doing as well as he should. As we'll talk about, the beginning is the most important part, and I don't think he did a good job. Violet Mind says she's destroying him. I don't think she's destroying him. I think that he is winning on the facts, and she's winning with the audience because she's talking the most. Unfortunately, with these debates, usually the person who wins is the one who talked the most, which is stupid, but that's just how it goes. That's one of the things I've learned recently. PBD is a bad moderator. I wouldn't even consider him a moderator. I would consider him a person who is doing the fact checking live and occasionally asking questions. I think Andrew is finally going to cook. Well, I agree. I think we're about to see some good stuff from Andrew when they get into the conspiracy theory parts. I think this part's going to be brutal for Candace. So I agree, but I told you guys. I told you I did not think Andrew was the best person to do this, and it's because he doesn't know the case as well as people who have full-time been covering this. By the way, no shade on him for that. Like, there are few people in this world who can make a living covering a case full-time. Like, very few. And they've just dedicated their entire 11 months to it, and people have called them obsessive for it, but that's kind of how journalism goes. Some people choose specific issues, and then they're gone, and they choose something new. That's what I've done. And so I think, I would not have said that I would have been the guy to do this until I just watched that debate. And I feel pretty confident, and you guys can call me prideful or whatever you want to call me. I feel pretty dang confident I could have done much better so far from what I've seen. I really do. Call me prideful if you want. You can let me know in the comments if you think I'm full of crap, but I'm not impressed thus far. Crash Test Dummy says, Andrew's doing a great job, in my opinion. You can't get in a shouting match with Crazy. Well, I agree with that. I just think she's filibustered too hard. I don't think he's worked the conversation as well. I'll get into more thoughts on why. This isn't me trashing on Andrew. This is a difficult situation. But I could give some substantive thoughts in my recap for why I feel that he could do better. David says, you would do better if you weren't so polite in debates. You'd have to be firm. Yeah, well, I mean, I know I'm polite, but I don't think I'd have a problem with this one, guys. This one's a little different. I would take it a little more seriously in that sense. Yeah, and here's the thing, guys. If I had done it, I would have asked for $300,000, and I would have given it all away. 0% of it would have gone towards me. All of it would have gone towards someone else. And by the way, I'm not rich like Andrew Wilson, so $300 would have been a massive game changer in my life, in ways you can't imagine. But it doesn't matter. I wouldn't have taken the money for this. Yeah, that's my problem. Is Andrew a better debater? Maybe, but he doesn't know the case as well as I do. After watching this, I understand the Utah laws. I understand the hearsay laws. That part was really bad for him. He was, again, I'll get more into this in my recap, but he knows better. He understands that there was some hearsay, and he understands that it doesn't prove anything Candace Owens is saying, but he didn't do a good job of articulating that. And I think for those of us who have ears to hear and we're smart, we understand what Andrew is saying. But for the average person, that's not good enough in a debate. You need to spell it out for people. Josh, how would you have shut her up to be able to give your points? I would have probably gotten a lot more nasty with her than other people, but also I would have been more firm with the rules of the debate. I would have had a moderator that actually moderated. That would have been a key point for me. Yeah, I mean, I think I could have moderated it. I know that sounds crazy because I've been so involved, but all I want to hear is actual evidence. So that's what I would hold both people to. As soon as they started to get like Andrew Wilson at the beginning talking about the text messages, I would have immediately interrupted him and said, "Nope, you don't get to bring up text messages. Sorry, that's not evidence. We don't know if that's true." So it cuts both ways. That's just an example of how I feel like I could be objective. But yeah, I feel a little frustrated, to be honest. It's tough to watch this and be sitting here and feel like I could have done better, just to be honest. But I am optimistic that this next half will be better because they're going to be talking about Candace Owens' claims. So that's a very good thing. If I were to do it, who would I ask to moderate? I would find someone who's done it professionally, like maybe someone who has nothing to do with the case. And I would tell them that evidence was the only thing that was going to be accepted. Like people who actually know how to debate. I know there's people out there who like are professional moderators. That's who I would go to. Like people who had zero connection to me or Candace, who had never talked to either of us. Yeah. Sorry. $300 would not change my life. $300,000 would change my life. Yeah. Moderators are huge. I know. And everyone's acting like this is like Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens. PBD is a massive factor in this. And I don't think he's been rude to Andrew or unhelpful to him. I just think he's done nothing. Like he hasn't been a moderator, basically. Now, maybe that's what Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson drew up. If that's the case, that's their prerogative. So it's not like he's done anything wrong, but I just don't think it was the right call. And no, I don't think Joe Rogan would have been helpful. Showing the Utah court laws would have been crucial. Yeah. Like this is the problem. So let me just be honest about why I'm frustrated with Andrew right now. In this case, what you have to do is come from a place of it's not your theories, it is the actual evidence presented by the state versus Candace Owens' craziness. That's what I've always tried to do on my channel. Therefore, you have to understand the state very well. You must understand the laws very well. And so I'm not saying I'm necessarily a full expert right now, but if I had done a debate like this, I would have known that like the back of my hand. I do understand the hearsay laws already, but I would have looked into it even more. And that's where I would have gone. And unfortunately, Candace did a very good job bringing that up. And I'm surprised she did, frankly, because I don't think it lends to her benefit. We're not back yet. I can see it. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to get into it late like I did last time. I can see it, and I'll bring it up as soon as we're back. Josh Carr, you need to wear a maroon t-shirt. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We would do something. You got to get in the mind too. Like I would play massive mind games on Candace. I would. Like it would not be. This would not be like a, oh, all is fair. I'm gonna be like super polite. Like no, this would be. The gloves would go off. I agree. It's difficult to debate a master manipulator, but that's why I think the terms have to be set better. That's why they needed a better moderator. You have to go into the battle with a better plan. It's not about I can be whoever I want in whatever situation. It's you have to know your enemy. I mean, it sounds so cheesy, but it's Sun Tzu. It's the art of war. You have to know your enemy better than anyone else. You have to know the battlefield, and you have to choose a battlefield that you can be successful on. And I just feel that this is not the battlefield that Andrew Wilson can do his best. Like I told you, I thought Andrew Wilson might be too intense. It's the opposite, actually. That's what's ironic. It's actually not intense enough. I'm not saying he has to be emotional, but it's like he's just sitting there. And I think he thinks that he's letting her dig her own grave. And sometimes that's true. But for this debate, you have to spell it out for people. It's not Andrew. If it was Andrew's audience, like when I do debates and it's my audience, I know that people can read between the lines and they see people hanging themselves. But that's not what this is. It's a totally different case. You have to show people why you are right and spell it out for them. Curtis, Andrew would be better served if he let his inner monster come out like he does on the whatever podcast. Maybe we'll see that in the second half. At this point, I don't know if I would hate that, to be honest with you. Deborah, I don't think Andrew is a good enough plan for this. I haven't seen it yet. Maybe it's the second half. I haven't seen anything yet. I'm not seeing like a lot of preparation, frankly. I'm really not. I'm seeing like, I'm not even seeing a debate, guys. This is like a conversation. I'm just like, it does not seem well planned at all. I can't believe anyone's getting paid for this. I could have come up with this in 30 seconds in my basement. Like, do you think Andrew allowed her to select the moderator because he was cocky enough to think it didn't matter? Yeah, 100%. Yep, I do. Again, I'm not even convinced Patrick Bet David is like the worst option. It's just that the actual rules that they gave him as moderator do not seem to be wise at all. Andrew would be better served if he allowed his inner monsters come out. Oh, yeah. I already saw this one. Sorry. Yeah, I think you're right. Covert media consultants. PBD is doing what they asked to do. I think you're probably right. And he's not making it about him. So that's a plus. So, yeah. Did you try to reach out to Andrew before the debate? Yeah, but Andrew doesn't care about me. Sorry. He doesn't. We've talked. I want to debate him on some of his views on the 19th Amendment. Thank you for the gift. SKXO. Mike says, Andrew does not look as confident in this debate as I've seen him in other debates. I agree. I do agree. Sorry, double checking on the stream, making sure we're not missing it. Because last time what had happened is we got paused. It wasn't actually live. It was paused, and I thought it was live. But right now we're truly live. Don't worry. So I'll bring us back in. Why are the breaks so long? I don't know why they're so long. It's about money, guys. It's about money. Debates aren't like this. The breaks are so long. Again, I'm cool with it being milked for money if you give it to a good cause. They've got sponsors on this, right? So everyone's focusing on the $300,000 that Candace Owens got. This is $1 million plus day for them. Like, seriously, it is so much money. So many people are watching live, by the way. Live ads are worth more than pre-recorded ads because live ads cannot be skipped. Everyone's watching them live. So these people are making millions of dollars today, and they're all pocketing it themselves. That, I just got to be honest, more than anything, that pisses me off so much. We could have done this for free. We could have put tons of sponsors on it, made millions of dollars, and given it all the way to charity. But that's not what these people want to do. Andrew's strategy is to allow his opponents to explain themselves. Andrew is a master of making people hang themselves with their own worldview. That moment's coming. Maybe. But again, people only watch the beginning and then they miss the rest. So I just don't know if that was the best strategy, but perhaps. I hope you're right. Meg Gold, thank you for the super chat. If you guys want to leave any super chats for support, I appreciate you. We do have over 2,000 people watching live right now, and we are just on break before we get back to Candace Owens having to answer for all of her conspiracy theories. I appreciate, oh, here we go. We're back, actually. I'll get us some sound, don't worry.
You're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right? So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
If
ask
said
you
if you
some
wanted to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
I get it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now
Mhm.
you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You can say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
But I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a
this
debate.
is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your-
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to
Mhm.
the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mhm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Mhm.
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the
I
information
agree.
but then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
hmm
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm
questions and
asking
tell
is
me.
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and
Mhm.
and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabbit. I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
Say there's
pulled.
no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which
what
we've
said is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird. And the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement. So I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So
if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
A claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive
in
evidence for
this
your
statement,
claim,
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did say
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right? With full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence.
I'm going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to
pertinent
think
to
that
this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you
You
said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason
so
to
it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it. If
I'm
I'm
not trying to
allowed
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm
Well,
asking
you're,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding
questions.
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound
you
very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted
you
me to
just
say
kind
it.
of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's just
actually
go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips they
whatever
want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's
But
go.
there, but I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You
Okay.
just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that it was a lot of information, but
well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like
Perfect.
yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100.
are you
yes,
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. That's their position.
I did. That's why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because So if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his like Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
Okay.
did.
I think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it,
Mhm.
and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair
Mhm.
to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information? Because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
this is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate. This
name?
is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey,
Huh.
what's more information? We're investigating this. And that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that
did you send them the
especially
source
because
of the
this was at a
claim?
time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But
So
did you?
So actually it was three offices.
let me ask one
The
question. and then
executive
I'm gonna come to you.
office,
Yeah.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mhm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm
And
surprised they haven't called you.
then I find that to be very strange
Very-
too.
I do as well. I'm
Because
like,
who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but when
let me
you
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when you
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Mhm.
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and I'm going to bring
Okay.
it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that
Mhm.
they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
Well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leading the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, They all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I was
actually,
just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that talking to PVD?
How would
without
that
me.
legitimize? Well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
But I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying
Well,
what I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just
Andrew
want to.
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then
Mhm.
that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA.
Uh-huh.
So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of
Yeah,
distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love
you
to
know,
do that.
the thing is funny is
People
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR I'll be
I'm
fair with you.
ground zero of people not
I think-
trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually kind of
PR
a
there.
last.
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast.
How
I
would that
think
get you in a legal
think
pickle?
firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical.
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that
that-
was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they
and
ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. This is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100 million.
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor
Yeah,
in,
but
that's
what was
fine.
the-
Your
what-
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And
him,
so
but
right
sure.
now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay. So what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
in
tell
debate.
me.
So
What
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? You know, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. That's not, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look anywhere else.
That Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that. For sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by, we can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage.
Mm-hmm.
So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Go for it.
I actually I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
yeah.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and
You
what,
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I just
and
think
don't have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't
They
know
just
where
don't
you,
have. They don't have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
like, I don't
If they
see
were
this.
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask you
faith
a
to answer
question.
questions,
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded.
claim?
It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR.
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for." And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you ever
hour and a half
been-
about everything
hang on,
you've
hang
ever
on.
said
Have you
about
ever been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
well, yeah,
I debate against the
against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
and then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this is-
biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense why
parents-
she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah,
You
because
wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent and they've
protect-
just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy.
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
I think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's
and,
sus.
and his children. Now, for you though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's
I
like the
didn't-
pot
that
calling the
came out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
She's not qualified
always
to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms,
Yeah.
But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
So
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get-
like you
team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how
your-
it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what, then that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. Once, that's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in the-
clips, but
yeah, I think
I
it's
didn't,
like you
but
were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back
Like
it up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like,
just making
what's
sure.
this? What's this? You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what it is.
trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work. And I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he
that's fine.
observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through. On top of that, so there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you, this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and you
can fact check it.
Your
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath the shirt.
The
shirt starts up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah,
that's not true.
It's not.
Agree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly. I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic. I
think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this. And I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bother bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later, and Then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying
starts,
he observed, he said he's shot people up close
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's
no,
what he
no
just
dispute,
said.
but when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort,
My
function,
goodness, you
and
guys.
luxury, we had the choice to make it.
I don't even know what to say. What a crap show. Like, what do you guys think so far? We got 2,400 of you live. We had like 20 minutes of good stuff from Andrew, and then he just let it go. I just don't even understand what we're doing here. Like, what are we doing? This is so bad. The moderator is not doing anything. Again, I think that they told him to do that. What is this debate? Yeah, it's just not helpful for anyone. I'm just ticked because I feel like this could have been better. Maybe if we had people who are focused more on the debate quality more than making tons of money off of it, it could have been better. It's just ridiculous. I really feel, yeah, this feels like a money grab, not a debate. I agree. It's frustrating because it didn't have to be this way. And maybe some people will be convinced because I do think there's a few brutal things for Candace. She got fact checked a few times. She basically admitted that her audience watches her for her opinions and not for evidence, which cuts against her whole thing of being a investigator, you know. But it's just like, yeah, and like, I'm sorry, but and I'll talk about all of this in my recap. We may need to do a little break in between the stream and the recap, just so you guys know, because I do have another debate I have to get to. We'll see. Yeah, we're gonna have to take a break. But I'll be back. We're gonna do the recap at 4 p.m. Eastern. Okay, guys, 4 p.m. Eastern. This debate should be done in the next 20 to 30 minutes. But because I have a debate at 3 p.m. Eastern that I have to go to really quick. But what I wanted to say really quick while we're in this break is I just feel like I could have done better. I don't know what else to say. Like, it's just dumb. I just feel like this is not a good debate. Everyone telling me Andrew Wilson's like the best debater in the world. Yeah, he's done fine. And like, I also am told that Candace Owens is the best manipulator in the world. She's had some of that, but like, has she had a lot of that? No, not really. Like, yeah, is she manipulative? Sure. But is it hard to nail her down on certain things? I think it would be fairly easy, to be honest. Like, I think Andrew's too clever for his own good, basically. He's not actually communicating properly. I'm just reading through the comments right now. I honestly, the thing that's pissing me off the most is seeing all the views and all the sponsors. I don't think I had fully internalized all of that and how much money these people were making, and it kind of pisses me off. No, Lisa, you're right. You're right. Stop blaming the moderator who's doing what he agreed to stay out of it. I agree with you. This is a critique not of PBD, but it's a critique of Andrew and Candace and how they set this up. This was a super stupid way to do this. Yeah, there's more. They're doing one more segment, whatever that means. Betty's saying, I don't think Andrew's doing as bad as many are saying. It's not that he's doing horribly. It's just like, this is it. Like, this is the time. This is the opportunity that you have to get in front of tons of Candace cultists who refuse to watch anything else. And I think you're blowing it. Like, a B+ grade is not good enough. You need to be an A+. And there are people on this issue who are A+s who could have done better. Guys, I would do a debate with her in a heartbeat, but she won't do it. The fact that like this was so hard to get organized, she'll never do something like this again. This was it. That's what I'm saying. This was it. There's no more debates happening. She's never doing this again. I reached out many times. She didn't want to talk to me. She wouldn't talk to anyone who's actually done real work on this. She only talked because Joe Rogan brought her up. That's the only reason. And she got hundreds of thousands of dollars for doing this, probably millions after the ad revenue. Andrew did this to get famous. Yeah, that's part of it. I'm sure. This is a total disaster, making me sick. I don't think it's a disaster, but it's not my favorite. Yeah, this is not what I expected. Heidi says that. Like, I commend. Here's what Andrew's doing better than what I would do. Andrew is super chill. He's chilled out. I would be, that debate, I would have been shaking in my seat starting. Not because I'm nervous to talk to Candace Owens, just because I understand the importance of this moment. So you would have seen a ton of nerves from me for the first 15 minutes. Then I would have settled in and not been so nervous. So I'll give Andrew all the credit in the world for being very even keel. He's not had any disasters against him, not at all. But he has not performed like I thought he would. Yeah, I agree with you. This is what I've been trying to say. Yeah, Andrew started the rumor of being a great debater, then built up his rep by debating half-wits. I kind of agree. I've never seen him debate someone impressive and win, to be honest with you. Doesn't mean he's a horrible debater. I just don't think he was the best. Yeah, well, Curtis says, but PBD isn't staying out of it. He derailed it. That one segment with Candace Owens in France was unacceptable. I agree. I think he's been fine for the rest of it, but that one section where he started asking him random questions, what was that? Steven Piscano podcast says, great to see your channel growing. I sent your show to the fam about a year ago and said this young man is the next Charlie Kirk. Wow, thank you. Thank you. That means a lot. And a year ago, that was before anyone who knew who I was. So you were on it. Thank you. AB Casino, the problem is at the start is some of the things Candace says are all the things we question, like the field being paved over, the text messages sounding weird. Yeah, this is why Andrew had to be ready, and he just wasn't. Instead, he went, I'll grant you that, and why is it evidence? That's all fine, and it's right, but it's not convincing to the audience. You need to focus on the audience. Again, Andrew is not losing this debate, but he is not actually dispelling the lies that Candace is saying. Truth Seeker says, I still believe Joshua was paid by TPUS as an influencer. Common sense has to prevail, and Tyler Robinson is not logical as a killer. Truth Seeker, please go find help. I'm sure there's a mental hospital near you. If you had any evidence for any of the things that you just said, I would welcome you to come forward. Otherwise, you can go hang out with Candace Owens in her basement where she makes up things and calls it evidence. Diane Shepard says, why didn't he mention autopsy regarding explosion? I don't know. This is the kinds of, it's tough in the moment. I get it, but come prepared with notes. Like if Andrew had come in with a binder, I would have been like, okay, like this guy is ready to go. Cool. You know what I mean? That's what I would have done. I would have gone in with a binder. It would have looked like I was ready to give a sermon up there. I would have had my team ready to go with clips, which he's done a better job with on the second half, but I would have been freaking ready. Freaking ready. Like you've no idea. Steven says 3,000 subs, if I recall. I don't think it was quite that low a year ago, but yeah, it was probably like 10,000 a year ago. Nick Matau. Yeah, no offense to Nick Matau. This isn't his thing. I would put Nick Matau up against anyone on debates about Israel. I think he's fantastic, but he hasn't covered this as closely as some other people. There's so much content with this, you guys. There are only a handful of people who have made this a hallmark of their content, whether you like them or not. And one of them should have done it. And frankly, I would say those people, there's like 3 in the world. And after seeing this debate, I wouldn't have said before that I was one of them, but now I would, because frankly, I could have done so much better. And I'm trying not to be cocky with that, but I just think that's true. I would give Gary Melton the microphone as well. Clapping seal. Thank you for the clapping seal gift. Yeah, come debate me anytime. If you want me to treat you like I would treat Candace Owens, we can do that, or we can have a friendlier debate. You let me know what you want to do. You got to email me, brother. Go to carmediacompany@gmail.com. I don't have time to reach out to all the people who DM me. You gotta email me. I get about 30 DMs a day of people wanting to debate me. For those of you listening right now, we have about 2,400 of you. At 4 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to do the recap of everything that happened, okay? So for those of you saying, I just joined, I couldn't watch all of it, join us at 4 p.m. Eastern, and we're going to give you just a quick rundown of it, less than an hour, just to give you a real clear version of everything, rather than you having to sift through this. This live stream is 4.5 hours long. We've been here together. So Karen Berry, I feel this is one big fight. Under PBD is supposedly stay out of it. However, he should step in and get the two back on track. There's too much bickering. I completely agree. We don't know what they asked him to do in terms of moderating. If that's not what they asked him to do, that's a very difficult position for PBD. But if I had done the debate, I would have said the moderator has to keep us on task. Am I surprised at how well she's doing? No. I don't think she's doing very well. I think Andrew is letting her get away with a lot of things. There's a few times where I'm like, wow, she is quite manipulative. She got away with that. But much of, I'm not surprised that she knows the facts of the case. Like, this is all she's done. This is what I'm saying. The people who go up against her have to be in the same boat as her. These people who are like, oh, there's this other side of podcasting that's been covering Candace forever. They're evil. No, you have to have someone like that if you're going to combat her, because this is all she's done for a year now. So if you think you're going to be able to stand up to her and all of the conspiracies that she's put out there and all of her knowledge about the case, even if she peddles lies about the case, and you don't go into it as much as she has, you're kidding yourself. And I have not seen that dedication from Andrew Wilson at all. This is why I was concerned about it. Am I surprised? No. But, and again, there was a few sections there where Andrew did very well, but I just think the entire thing could have been that. I don't think she did well at all. She's not convincing me of anything. Yeah, I don't think she's convinced anybody. I agree she's not doing well. The object of this, the reason why this was such an important debate, is because Andrew had the opportunity to convince her people. And I'm nervous that that didn't happen. So has she won in the sense that everyone's like, wow, Candace has got some good points? No, of course not. She hasn't made a single good point. She's just distracted really well. Roberto Calamari says, the problem isn't Andrew. The problem is she just says it's weird and then deflects onto something else. So what can you really say to that? There are times where he is just not challenged her enough. I agree it's difficult. All right, they're back. We got to go. I'll get us sound. Don't you worry.
We can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part.
I'll address the rest of the super chats. Do you guys want to leave any last ones?
I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important.
I'll read them.
The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it, because like if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like he was directly responding to that, because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. but just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica, you could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah, sure.
Bringing it up.
Straight to jail for questioning, at least, Erica.
I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay. Like, so do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already sat through.
Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever unless you have another clip.
But if you say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your entire
just kind of filling the air
if your entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense. Because Turning Point's like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair.
We
did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
expressly said that I was going to bring claims.
We did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you would want me to speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. That's
not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange, that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing hang on.
And
There's nothing
I did not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so
think quite a few of them were. Was there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was
Yeah.
3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's
But-
which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet Erica
claims.
is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
from
thing.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go
into
to
the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we go.
come on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says after.
towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this- repeated this 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah, we
debate
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Would
read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah.
with.
Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should
All right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
you don't have
name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work. And you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If
Sure.
you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7.
Violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child?
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication
Okay.
with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You
should
want to
do
see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
I'm
have
looking
full
I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia.
Okay.
And that was it. I downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like, I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about
Mhm.
the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have
do
the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you,
I
you
never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't-
I just said the opposite. I said there is
well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah. Right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah.
but-
So that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we
Mhm.
feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking
Yeah.
to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on
But-
our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just
Mhm.
call the merchant
Well-
account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of
Mhm.
what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If
Mhm.
that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly
Mhm.
what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
Well, I
I'm
just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof,
Mhm.
do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No,
No. Who do you think planted it?
if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait
the
a
state
second.
to a bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop
Mhm.
that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation. You're following combo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
You didn't. No,
hairs.
that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of the
That's
charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
It's
a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
I just don't know
What's
what his
your issue with
issues with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there
Mhm.
and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse.
Mm.
And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
Because
timeline.
you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
Sure, you can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever
cool.
there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
covered the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this, will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there.
Here we go. We were muted. My apologies. Guys, we can't do the final thoughts here. I have another debate I have to go to. So I'm going to read the super chats and a couple of your thoughts for the last few minutes while we're on ad break. And then you can go watch another live stream if you want to watch that. At 4 p.m. Eastern, in an hour and 15 minutes, we're going to be doing a recap. And I'm going to give you my honest thoughts. And you guys can ask questions and give your comments on another stream on this channel. So stay tuned for that. First, I do want to answer all of your questions and super chats that you left in the chat for the last 10 minutes we have here. Josh, you're an inspiration. Keep moving forward. Thank you. Thank you for the super chats, guys. In retrospect, I think this was a total disaster because Candace has gained credibility, sadly. I disagree. I don't think she's gained any credibility. I think that I'd be surprised if too many Candace Owens fans side with Andrew on this. So I think it was a great opportunity, but I don't think it was taken advantage of. Greg, thank you, says, I hope you get a chance to debate her. However, keep up the good work and reporting on her. She won't let it happen. Lila Rose says, Andrew didn't want to look like he's bullying a pregnant woman. A woman needs to debate Candace Owens. Men are too soft on her because she's a woman. There's some truth to that, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm not saying Andrew. In fact, this was one of my concerns was Andrew would come off too adversarial, and I feel like he did the opposite. He didn't bring enough. So agreed that that's difficult. I'm not aware of a woman right now in content creation that has been on this quite as much as some of the men have. That's no shade on women. Maybe Tamara Neely, though I know she's taking a break from it to focus on, frankly, some more really important work, but maybe she would be good. My Love Story says, the problem I have is that she isn't held to account for every evil thing she has said and every assumption she has made. Andrew's being too generous. I agree. Yeah. I just don't understand. This was like the opportunity. I don't understand why it wasn't just like full accountability mode. There's no way we can lose this. We're going to go hard. And I just feel like Andrew was asleep today. Reading some last questions for you guys before we let you go. We've been live for 5 hours and 5 minutes, and we're going to go live for another hour again at 4 p.m. Eastern in an hour and 10 minutes. Final questions before we let you go. All right. We'll do a recap. I want to hear your thoughts. I'm going to give you my just like completely undivided thoughts and recap at 4 p.m. Eastern. We will see you there.